something that other ideas of academic freedom, so with competing organizations, I shouldn't say competing, but like, let's be real, FIRE, like FIRE, for example, or the way administrators use academic freedom, sometimes they think of it as just an individual right, and they think of it as just something that gets violated a little bit, and then we kind of fix it and we move on. AAUP thinks of academic freedom as a job condition, not a privilege. It's for anyone who performs the core duties of research and teaching. It includes intramural speech, which is the ability to comment on and critique university policies and participate in shared governance. So, for example, opposing administrative decision-making or opposing academic restructuring. It also includes extramural speech, which is the right to speak as a citizen, or in citizen, I don't like the language that much, so let's just say like as a member of the public on issues that are important to the public, even if the views are controversial. So that would be writing op-eds or participating in political debates. And this is important because we see so many cases these days of people who are just performing a kind of civic duty and participating in public discourse being put under disciplinary measures, even being put on academic leave, being threatened, their jobs being threatened as well. So that's what academic freedom is. I should also mention that in this view that the AAUP has, it's absolutely protected by law in certain ways, not in all ways. So academic freedom is embedded in handbooks. That makes it a contractual right. It's also protected at public universities through the First Amendment, for example. But academic freedom is more than that. It's also a norm, and it's a norm that lets us build faculty power, that lets faculty build power over the conditions of their work in the service of the public in its entirety. So in other words, the AAUP understands academic freedom as having a collective dimension to it that supports advocacy and collective bargaining. And that is the kind of issue that we really want to focus on here, because competing visions of academic freedom don't necessarily do that. So academic freedom is always a terrain of struggle, and to abandon it, to abandon the idea of it or to not fight for it and center it in our campaign works means we cede a lot of ground to people who would leverage it against collective bargaining and shared governance or any form of collective advocacy. So that's why we have to mobilize to defend and define it. So I'm the chair of committee. I'm going to tell you what Committee A is because I know there are a lot of new people here too. We're the committee that promotes academic freedom, tenure, and due process in higher education. Some examples of our recent work include an investigation into Muhlenberg College where Maura Finkelstein was put on academic leave and threatened basically over a repost of a pro-Zionist blog post. I can talk more about that. These other statements, as you see, all of them are thinking about how to build power on the side of faculty, regardless of whether the issue is controversial or not. So we're thinking about what it looks like right now to not cede power to either administrations or governments or outside or donors or places where there's outside interference is coming from. So in the old days we were fighting just the administration. Now we're fighting a shifting terrain that's trying to undo everything that we stand for. And I would say the other thing I wanted to point out about Committee A, we're all rank and file, we're all volunteers, we're appointed by the president. Since 2020, we've come from disciplines and different kinds of schools in ways that were non-traditional. So while the AAUP has generally had members of Committee A be from places like law schools or political science, we now have members who are from HBICs. We have members from small colleges. We have small teaching universities. We have large research universities, and we have people like me from ethnic studies, gender studies. All of this is necessary not as a form of identity politics, but as a way to think about historical knowledge and what historical knowledge is necessary to participate in the kind of struggle that we're in right now. We all know academic freedom's under threat. Political pressure and censorship, restrictive laws and legislation. The Trump administration in particular, but it's not only been the Trump administration, this has been a long time coming, has used executive power and political messaging to intimidate scholars, delegitimize academic institutions, and normalize political interference. So Committee A's reports and work detail the consequences of those kind of actions on academic freedom and make recommendations on how the principles of academic freedom and advocacy can be best protected and be best taken up. And so our work goes into toolkits, it goes into FAQs, it gives you recommendations for things you can organize around, and I'm going to get to that now as I move into the meat of this, which is some steps for protecting academic freedom. I want to say at the top that you don't have to do all of this at once. You don't have to do, these are ideas of ways that in your organizing work, if you use academic freedom as an issue, that you can protect. And a lot of these recommendations are from our Committee A and joint statement with Committee T on against anticipatory obedience, which is thinking about why colleges and universities over-comply or comply in advance with what they think the government's going to ask them to do. So take a look at that report. If you want to, because it lays out these recommendations as well. So what you should do before you start thinking about academic freedom or beginning a campaign to protect academic freedom is just see where you are, first of all. So review your handbooks and contracts to strengthen and reinforce faculty rights in the areas of curricular reform, course approval, academic program discontinuances, faculty appointments and reappointments, promotions and dismissals. There's also a very helpful resource that members of Committee A put together a few years ago. It was Rudy Fichtenbaum, Risa Leibowitz, and Jennifer Ruth, called Bargaining for Academic Freedom. So as members, you can access that, and if you're in a collective bargaining unit in particular, you can look at what it would mean to bargain over academic freedom. I can talk more about that as well later. We also want you to review and reform and try to reform policies to strengthen faculty oversight in areas that are currently being used to exercise control and excessive and undue discipline against faculty, staff, and students. So again, don't do all of these at once necessarily, but be aware that these are happening through Title IX and Title VI policies in particular, over acceptable use policies regarding institutional resources, events, and outside speakers. Think about campus free speech and protest policies, among others. Your goals in approaching this could be to get Senate resolutions or develop new policies or repeal current policies that's been poorly developed or bargain over academic freedom in your CBA agreement. So your goals the goals for protecting academic freedom are going to be different depending on where you are and what you have. You also always want to think coalitionally when you're thinking about protecting academic freedom. So the erosion of faculty rights go hand in hand with attacks on tenure, with attacks on faculty unions, and attacks on academic governance. And another thing you can do is strengthen local capacity to protect tenure and academic freedom by establishing or staffing a Committee A on academic freedom and tenure in every chapter and state conference. And if you want to talk more about that or how to do it and be in more close contact with Committee A at the national level, I'm really happy to do that work with you. Finally, we want you to strengthen local capacity to protect faculty governance as well. Academic freedom and faculty governance go hand in hand by promoting AAUP resources on governance. So that includes the statement on government of colleges and universities within chapters, send it to your senates and across institutions. And you want to ensure the inclusion of protections for faculty members' intramural speech in particular concerning the governance of institutions, because they don't like it when you talk back. And they especially don't like it when you talk back when they're getting a lot of pressure from a federal government to do God knows what, and we do know what, it's something awful. So one thing you can remember to do in this situation, in this situation too, if you're thinking about how to protect academic freedom or run a campaign around it, is to contact the National AAUP for resources and guidance. Use the website, use our red books. We have policy statements from a bunch of different committees with recommendations on most major issues. We have toolkits, legal analysis. We can advise on campaigns. Use the national where you can. The other thing, and this is, I've given you this kind of really broad overview of what academic freedom is and way you can promote it, but I want to encourage you with an issue campaign to set really clear goals, and I'm going to use an acronym that I learned from at the UC's. Our Office of the President is called UCOP. You can't make this stuff up, right? You can't. It's really funny. So here's what I learned from UCOP. They have a terrible acronym, and it's cheesy, but it works because it's a mnemonic and you remember it. So it's called SMART, and it's about setting clear goals. So you want to be specific. If you want to protect academic freedom, say all of the fancy stuff that it does, right? It protects your ability to research and teach. Pick a particular issue, and it's going to be whatever issue you think is the one that's going to get you the most support on your campus. Make it measurable. You need to be able to track progress, monitor outcomes, and adapt if needed. And you need to be able to identify what you're doing so that you can celebrate wins. You have to celebrate wins, even if they're small. And you don't have to do everything at one time. I'm in a faculty association at Davis. We don't have collective bargaining that has a brand new board. It's very small, capacity is low, and believe me, we're celebrating really small things. I'll talk about that in a second, but achievable is another one. You have to have the capacity to achieve your goals. So here's where I'll talk about Davis. One of the things we did to to prioritize and push back against federal cuts to grants and to funding was to implement a faculty survey. So we have a faculty survey that asks people basically how they were affected by these funding cuts. And then we use that survey to connect those faculty to the class action lawsuit that was happening. So is that direct? That's not necessarily, that's not, you know, a huge thing for some of your chapters that are super active, but for us it was a really big deal. So we are publicizing that, and we're trying to figure out next steps. Next steps are going to have to be thinking about, you know, I think next steps are going to have to be, and I think we all have to think about how how the culture wars and how the long unfinished legacy of civil rights in its broadest sense is being used to undermine everything. And that might not be a popular issue, and normally we would say, you know, it needs to be relevant, people have to care about it. Some people care about it, some people won't. I don't think we can avoid that ground, and we can also talk about that later if you want to as well. Your goals should also be time-bound. You should have a deadline on when it's going to happen, so what you want to happen. So for example, if you wanted to grow your membership by 40 people, for example, if you're a small place, you might set 2 months. And then you figure out a plan to go door to door and do organizing and to take your membership, take information that would for new members around and get them to jump on. If you wanted to have media impact, you might do one op-ed a month for 3 months or something like that. But you set your goal for what you think you can reasonably do, and don't feel bad if it's something very small, because you can't control that all the time. All you can do though is build power and keep making it bigger. The last thing I'm going to say, and these are just some messaging tips around academic freedom. When we're talking about academic freedom, it is important to say it's a nonpartisan value, because it's really about how those who do the work of teaching and educating determine what is credible knowledge. And this is also part of the reason why I'm saying I think we really have to deal with the race, the gender stuff, all that unfinished stuff, because there are entire disciplines and areas of study that are getting delegitimized, and then we have all these. Then we have all this push for viewpoint diversity. We have for viewpoint diversity, which is really just not based on academic expertise or disciplinary expertise. So think about that. Academic freedom is always on the side of the knowledge worker. The AAUP defends controversial ideas across partisan lines because we will not cede power to administrations or to the state. This is about workers being able to govern their workplaces and be able to produce knowledge in the service of the public that is free from political interference and free from moneyed interest as much as possible. Are these aspirational? Absolutely. Is it something we can give up now? I don't think so. Another thing you can think about when you're doing work around academic freedom is use real stories of the people who are impacted. That's one of the things we're doing with the survey, is gathering at Davis, is gathering how funding cuts have impacted people and how they've impacted whole fields of research. And finally, just emphasize the principles. Frame academic freedom in education as a matter of democracy, again, however aspirational, versus governmental or special issue interest control. Because I think if we don't have a broad picture right now of what we want universities to look like and what they'll be, we might fight on issues and we might win issues, but what we'll lose is the broader ideal of democratic education. What we'll have maybe are some more rights individually for people who work on campus, but we'll lose the ability to set our own agenda with the core duties of the university, so with research and teaching, with governance. And what you have at that point are people who are not working for knowledge in the service of the public, but you have people who then become mouthpieces of the state or corporate interests, and I don't think anybody wants that. I mean, I don't want that. I don't think anybody here wants that. All right, I probably went on too long because I always do, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm looking forward to talking to you more and for the rest of the discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Eric now.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? You do get feedback though. My name is Eric Rader. I am president of the Henry Ford Community College Federation of Teachers in Dearborn, Michigan, and I'm a professor of political science at Henry Ford. I've been teaching there since 2004, and I was elected president of our local in 2022. So I've been very involved in our union for a long time. I was also a faculty senate chair at Henry Ford. So what I'm going to be talking about, I don't have a PowerPoint. but I'm going to be talking about the millage campaign we ran at Henry Ford about a year and a half ago. So I think in a lot of states, certainly in Michigan, community colleges, there was kind of this three-legged stool that was supposed to be the basis of funding for community colleges: 1/3 tuition, 1/3 state aid, and 1/3 local property tax revenue. The state our state as well as so many other states, probably most, if not all the states, have shirked the responsibilities. And so over time, we've come to rely more on tuition and property tax revenue than state aid, because the state aid has not been there the way it should be. Certainly that's another issue that that in itself is an issue to lobby in our case in Lansing. We've done a little bit better in the last couple of years when we've had at least for 2 years, we had a Democratic trifecta, but now we're back to, we don't have that anymore. So, and I know I'm looking at my friend Liz in Florida, they have the opposite of that trifecta, so in Florida and so many states. So, but I'm going to talk specifically about the campaign we ran at Henry Ford in late 23 and early 24. Spoiler alert, we were successful with our campaign. So, thank you, and it was a team effort. I should also acknowledge my colleague Sam Bazzi over at the table. He's one of our vice presidents. Sam was a core part of the campaign I'm going to describe in a few today. So the history of our millage campaigns at Henry Ford is that first of all, Henry Ford is part of a very unique situation. We are kind of a K-14 school district. Our board of trustees at Henry Ford is also the school board for the Dearborn Public Schools. We're located in Dearborn. We are a city-based college. Our tax base is just the city of Dearborn and a small slice of our neighboring city of Dearborn Heights, which is basically the Dearborn School District. Most community colleges in Michigan and other places are county-based, but we're in a city, and sometimes multi-county in northern Michigan. But in the Metro Detroit area where I live, I live in Oakland County, a neighboring county to Wayne County. Wayne County is where Henry Ford is located. There actually are 3 community colleges in Wayne County. So we are a city-based college, and our tagline in our campaign was "We are Dearborn's College," because when we talk about being a community college, we really are a community-based college. Although I will say about 2/3 of our students come from out of our district. We draw a lot of students from neighboring districts, and we're proud of that because a lot of them pass by other colleges to come to us. And they pay a higher tuition rate because they're not in the district. So if you live in the Dearborn district, you pay about half of what somebody from outside the district pays. So we've relied on these millages. At one time, we were just kind of part of the K-12 district, and so we kind of relied on the funding that voters approved for the district, and we were part of their budget. The superintendent of the Dearborn schools ran the college. We did not have a separate administrative structure, and probably in the early 70s, the college gained its own administrative structure. So we have a president who is hired independent of the superintendent. We have an administration, vice presidents, provosts, that sort of thing. But legally, we're still part of the Dearborn Public Schools, and our board is still the common board. But for most purposes, we are separate, except that we do have this legal relationship. But we do have a separate millage. That was something else that happened in the 70s. The millage, kind of the assessment on properties in the city of Dearborn and our school district. There's a dedicated stream now for Henry Ford College. And by the way, we are Henry Ford Community College Federation of Teachers. A few years ago, we had a college president who didn't want us to be called a community college because he thought we would be this. He wanted to be more than a community college, and so we took community out of our name, but we kept it in our name in the union, and we really are a community college, although we offer 1 4-year degree. So the money that we raise through the millage is critical to the operations of the college. I mean, again, because the state has not come through at the level it should, we do rely a lot on tuition revenue, and of course, having so many students from out of district that they pay a premium, but we very much need that millage money. We had operated for a number of years with a 3 mill and I should know how much that brings in for us, but it's a significant chunk of our college budget. We added another separate mill when we were going through a financial crisis back about 12 years ago. And then voters renewed both of those, the 3 mil and the 1 mil. They were two separate tax measures in 2018. And these were both for 5 years. So they were both, one was expiring in 23 and the other in 24. So in terms of one of the things we're looking at today in this plenary is about picking an issue. How do you choose an issue? Well, we need the money. I mean, that was kind of why we picked the issue. But it wasn't a slam dunk that the college board, which has to put this, ask the city to put it on the ballot. It wasn't a slam dunk that they were going to do it, because a few years ago we had a millage on the ballot, and one of the board members actively campaigned against the millage. I mean, he not only voted, he did not vote, he voted no to put it on the ballot, and then once it was on the ballot, he actually was out there campaigning against the millage. So he was, I mean, it was just a surreal thing. So we weren't sure, he's still on the board, we weren't sure how he was going to vote about putting it on the ballot. Ultimately, the board voted unanimously to put this combined, so we had these two separate mills, the combined 4 mills as one measure on the ballot. Which was risky in one sense, because if it had failed, that was not, I mean, the one thought, and I talked to our college president a lot about this, whether we should just try to go for the 3 mil and the 1 mil again. But the problem is that you would have been going for the 1 mil in 1 year and the 3 mil the next year. I don't remember which order they were going. So the president and I agreed with him that it was better to put it on as the single 4 mil. And if the board did vote to put it on. If voters had rejected that in the election in 24, this was in our presidential primary in February of 24, we still had a couple of opportunities before all the money dried up. And then we would look at maybe scaling it back. So I think the college president, in talking to our board, made the right decision. That was something I recommended as well, but there was some risk to it. We also, in Michigan, there are state law establishes 4 dates when you can have elections throughout the year: February, May, August, and November. We usually have statewide primaries in August. February and May tend to be local election primaries. But 2024, as we know, was a presidential election year, and the Michigan presidential primary was in February. Another factor that we had to consider and when to go up for the vote was whether we were going to have to pay for it. Because we put it at the time of a presidential primary, the college did not have to pay for the election. If we had done it at another time, we could have done it in the fall of 23 when there was nothing on the ballot in Dearborn, and the college would have had to foot the bill for the election. So again, I think we made the right decision, but you also didn't know what the 24, as we know, was a strange year. And this was in Dearborn. We have a very large Arab American population, and a lot of people were not happy with Joe Biden over the war in Gaza, and so we didn't know how that was going to play out with the presidential race. You may know that the uncommitted did quite well in Dearborn in that election, the Democratic primary. We weren't sure how that was going to translate into our millage campaign. So the number of unknowns. It was a very strange presidential primary. The year itself was strange in so many ways, and then we just didn't know how that was going to. We had never run a millage campaign in a primary. We'd always done it in a general election, and we usually had done it in very high turnout general elections, like either gubernatorial year or a heavy local election. But the reason we picked the issue was because we needed the money, and we had to really kind of consider, should we go for 3 mills or do the 4 full mills, and 4 mills, and we went with that. So the way the campaigns, our union, AFT Local 1650, has run these millage campaigns for decades, probably from the very beginning, actually, from when we actually started having a separate millage. We are very political. We're a small local, about 175 members, but we've always been very politically active. We're very heavily engaged in local community. We get involved in the Board of Trustee races. Again, our board being also the school board, but we are heavily involved in helping to elect members of the board. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we've not been, but we are heavily involved in that. We also get involved in state races with AFT Michigan. So we have our own political action fund, which we raise separate from our our dues. We can't spend dues money. We can't spend dues money on partisan races or candidate races. However, under Michigan law, we can use our operational budget for issue campaigns, and that was very helpful to us because we really needed that money to run the campaign, and we've done that over time. We're very transparent with our members. Our members are very supportive. They understand how critical this is. That's a lot of why I think one of the main reasons our campaigns have been successful, and this one is because our members are engaged. They understand why we need this money. It funds our programs, it funds our contract, and so we always have a very strong member engagement. But the campaigns traditionally have been, there's kind of two halves. There's the college cannot advocate for the millage. Under Michigan law, they're not allowed to say vote yes on this millage, but they can provide information on how the money would be used if the voters do approve the millage. So our PR, our chief information officer and that arm of our college put together wonderful materials about what we would be using the money for, what programs. We also were looking at some building projects on campus, and they provided that, and that went out to all voters in the city of Dearborn. Our role in the campaign was to advocate. We can advocate yes, vote yes, and we can spend the money to do that. College resources can't be used, but union resources can. And so we had these kind of a campaign team, the college side and the union side, but it wasn't just our union. We have several other locals on our campus. Our contingent faculty, our adjuncts are represented by the Adjunct Faculty Organization, which is an AFT local. We also have a mid-level administrators union that's affiliated with the AFL-CIO, an independent union affiliated with the AFL-CIO. We also have the engineers, and we also have the Support Staff Association. So we have a number of unions, but in this campaign, my local, the full-time faculty union we were the leader of the advocacy campaign, but all of the unions put in resources and time into the campaign. So beginning in the fall of 23, when we decided we were going to do this effort, when the board voted to put it on the ballot, we began meeting, and we held the meetings in our union office, so the administration had to come over to our office, which is nice. And we had the several administrators. We would have the other union leaders would come, as well as anyone else they wanted involved. My colleague Sam was part of that. Another colleague of ours was involved. And so we would have these weekly meetings about strategy. And again, you still had to be careful with the college because of they cannot take an explicit advocacy role, but they could talk about what they were about to put out, and we could tell them what we were going to put out, and you could kind of do the math in terms of, okay, when do we send things out? So that those weekly meetings were key, and I think having a level of trust, which doesn't always exist between administrations and unions, but I think having that level of trust was important. I would meet regularly with our president and would talk about the campaign as well, but I think having that cooperation was key to the success we had, and we generally have had that even at times when we've had strong disagreements with our administration, and even during a time when we were going through a pretty tough contract battle about 12 years ago, the union and the administration do have a common goal of getting these things passed, because we both sides recognize that we can't run the college without this money. Another thing that we did in this campaign, and Sam was a big part of this, was we worked with organizations in the community, particularly the mosques. Sam organized a number of visits for our college president to visit with the imams in the mosques to get our word out to their congregations about the millage. And again, when the president was there, he was not advocating openly for passage, but he was talking about the work we're doing. And so many people in our community attend Henry Ford, not just as traditional college students. We also have a very active dual enrollment program with the high schools, because we do have this kind of combined district. So almost everybody in Dearborn has somebody who has gone to Henry Ford or is going to Henry Ford. And I think that was key. We also had a number of our materials, campaign materials, translated into Arabic, so it would be accessible to the community of Dearborn, particularly in the east part of Dearborn. which is where many of the Arab American members of our community live. We have a lot of Yemenis, a lot of Lebanese in Dearborn. So I think that was key, and I think we did far more of that this time than we had in previous campaigns, and it was very successful. It was also, given what was going on in the presidential race, I think that was absolutely, it would have been necessary in any campaign, but even more so in this one because of the very unusual dynamics of the presidential race. One thing we did this time that we had not done in previous elections was we worked with a consultant who was a local campaign consultant who was very experienced with social media. We had not, I don't know if we'd ever done social media in any of our campaigns, but we knew that to reach the younger voters in the community, we have a lot of young voters in Dearborn. We needed to use social media. And there are a number of local news sources or online sources that a lot of our young people tap into, so we were able to get either ads or even stories out on some of those platforms. And I really do believe that was another key to our success in the campaign, because we were reaching out to segments of the community we had never really done that with. We also, AFT Michigan, our state fed, at the same time our issue was on the ballot, the Dearborn Public Schools had its own millage renewal. So ours was a renewal, even though it was combining 3+1, it was really a renewal of our existing money, and they also were going up for renewal for money. And again, the board was very leery of putting both of these on the ballot at the same time. But I think it actually was helpful to both of us because there was some synergy between the two campaigns, and AFT Michigan recognize the importance of getting both of these millages passed because the teachers in Dearborn Public Schools are part of AFT as well, Dearborn Federation of Teachers. So they poured some money into this as well to help get the message out about both millage issues on the ballot. So we worked, and we always worked very closely with our colleagues in the Dearborn Public Schools in DFT, but AFT Michigan was coordinating some of that as well, which again was not something that I don't think we had done that kind of relationship with the state fed on a local race like that before. Later in the year we also worked together on our board of trustees race. So we had a lot of things. We did some traditional things like sending out mailings. In Michigan, in the last few years, we have expanded opportunities to do early voting, so as other states have. So we have, it's much easier to vote by mail. Drop boxes, unlike other states, we've expanded the number of drop boxes around the communities. So we had a lot more people voting early than had ever been the case. We have in-person early voting, which was, I think that primary was the very first time that we had an election with that. So we weren't even sure how that would play out because we typically would have workers out at the polls, and we didn't have a lot of people at the polls the week before the election. We had most of them on election day, so we weren't sure whether we should have had more people out at the early voting sites. So that was a new dynamic for us. And I mentioned money. Now, obviously, we raise a lot of money for our political action fund. Our members are quite generous with that. Typically, we get a majority of our members to contribute. We've struggled a bit with that in the last couple of years, but we certainly had enough resources, plus as I said, we could use the Treasury money. So all of that, but that money is important. The other unions also contributed money to the effort. We also had a couple of fundraisers for the campaign organization that we set up. So some of it was traditional stuff we had done before, but a lot of it was new, either forced by the current events or just the realities of technology. We tried new things. But the message, as I said, was we are Dearborn's college, because there is a lot of affection for our college in the community. Now there was also, we had challenges. People were arguing that there has been a strong anti-tax sentiment in Dearborn in recent years. There was a campaign a number of years ago for the public schools to get, they need building upgrades and new buildings, and that was voted down by the voters because they said you should do fine with the buildings you have. And so we knew that sentiment, that had only been just a couple years before this campaign took place. So we were aware of that anti-tax sentiment in the community. So we were really focused on how we are a responsible steward of the community's resources, all the great programs we have at the college that are serving not just the traditional college students, but also our dual enrollment students. And we have an early college on our campus as well that's operated through the Dearborn Public Schools. So I think we had a great message to share, and that we stressed that this would all of this money is ultimately going to go back to the students, and we stressed that throughout the campaign. So it was a very comprehensive campaign. It was my first time. I worked on these under my predecessor, John McDonald, but it was the first time I was kind of I wasn't really the campaign manager, but I'm a de facto, I guess, campaign manager. So it was an interesting experience. It was stressful. But the key lesson I learned, I think we all learned, is that you don't do this alone. We know this in all the work we do in our union work, that you don't, and I heard this in some sessions yesterday, we don't do this, we are leaders of our unions and our locals and our affiliates, but we don't do this by ourselves. You need a team. We had a great team that worked on this millage, and I mentioned Sam and another one of our colleagues, Tony, but there was also, we had leaders within our structure of the union, different departments. Our union is kind of organized around some of the academic departments, and they were out there raising money from the members in those areas to get money for the campaign and for just our general political action fund. And then on election day, the established election day, although a lot of people had voted early, we did have members of our local out at polling sites across Dearborn, either passing out literature or just holding signs. Usually it's just holding signs because nobody wants to take the literature that you have. And so I don't take it either when I go to vote. I vote by mail now, but we did have signs, and people saw the signs. There wasn't, other than the presidential election, there were just the two millage votes. And we were promoting also the K-12 millage as well. But many of our members signed up for those shifts. And we always say take personal time if you need to take personal time. We try to stress. I mean, you can take a personal time, but we don't want people canceling classes. And so I don't know if anybody did cancel a class, but we had a good turnout of our members at the polling sites throughout the day, particularly in the morning and the evening shifts. So. We have great members who do that, and it wasn't just our members, it was the members of the other locals, as well as administrators who were out there. Now because they work traditional shifts, they did have to take personal time. Our millage, as I mentioned, was passed successfully. Now, in terms of a benchmark, I mean, our benchmark is we need 50% plus one, but we knew that to demonstrate support for the college, and that we wanted more than just 50% plus one, because historically we'd had very strong approvals of millages. Our most recent one had been in 2018. On election day, and when the votes were tallied up, we won 2/3 of the vote. 66% voted yes. So. And the schools beat us by 1 point, if you want to say that, 67% for the K-12 schools, but we were pretty happy with the 66%, and for them as well. So I guess some lessons, and again, we're focused on issue campaigns, and then we're going to let you all break up into to discuss this more, is that partnerships are important. We learned that we need to part with our organizations. We need to be out in our communities, whether it's your community college, a university, a liberal arts college, whatever. I think having ties to your community is very important, and we have strong ties already, and that was very helpful to us, as well as creating new partnerships, particularly in our case with the Arab American community. Membership involvement is key, getting the members of your organization involved in the effort, making sure they understand that this is important. Buy-in from your members is key, and that was certainly helpful for us, not just from our members, but also from the members of our sibling unions. People power is important. Telling our stories is important. You need money, so if you're able to do that, I know not all of us are in that position, but where you can raise money, that's important if necessary. and know your weaknesses and the challenges and address them. I think we addressed particularly the anti-tax sentiment, which I think was the strongest challenge we faced. We had addressed it head on, and I think that was helpful to our ultimate success. So I think that I'm going to stop there because we're going to let you guys all break into your groups in a minute. Again, thank you for listening to our story. We're very proud of the work we've done, and hopefully it'll help you in whatever issue campaigns you're going to pursue at your institution. So thank you.
So, well, first, I want to give another round of applause to our great speakers, Rana and Eric. So now we wanted to take time, let you guys all get together, discuss, running effective issue campaigns. We have some prompts for you guys if you want to use those to talk about, you can use creative solutions, thinking, hey, how would we run an issue campaign around this kind of an issue? Now, if you're at a table and you're like, hey, something going on my campus, I really want to talk about this, and your table's like, hey, let's use that as an example to talk about how you could run an issue campaign, go ahead and use that. We want to provide a little flexibility. So some of the things that you could talk about are like austerity cuts or retrenchment, so like responding to state budget cuts in higher education, trying to secure more funding to hire more full-time lines, budget cuts in the sciences, or it could be attacks on academic freedom, so stopping anticipatory obedience and over-compliance around divisive concepts or DEI policies related to faculty suspensions. And then so, we'll give you about 10, 15 minutes to talk as a group, and then we'll kind of ask you to report back on what you guys all talked about. Sound good? All right. We got about 5 more minutes for discussion, and then we'll report back.
Hello. We're going to have you guys come back. We're going to have everybody report back. Hello. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Are we back? Okay. So obviously we're not going to get to, we have about 15 minutes left, and we'll never get to every table, but we'll have you report back, and we'll respond to some comments if we need to, but I guess whoever, and we have two mics, or one mic. So Paul's going to be doing a lot of running around. So who wants to report out?
Hi, Arun Swami, University of Guam, AFT 6282. Okay, so I'll introduce the topic, and then they actually carry the ball, so they'll finish it. We were very interested in the millage campaign because the University of Guam, our catchment area is pretty much coterminous with the school district. It's just the island of Guam, and we have a community college next door that's the same, and we kind of compete for the same educational funds, and we have 3 AFT locals, one for each of those. So a lot of the things you were talking about resonated, and so we started talking about how do we do a campaign to directly get the voters to directly fund us to some degree on top of what the legislature does. And then I got distracted talking to Merrill, and they carry the ball, so I'm going to pass it to them.
Okay, I don't know why I'm speaking for the University of Guam, but here we go. I'm Joshua Fox at Wayne State University. This was a very exciting idea to my colleagues at Guam. So here's the sketch outline. The first thing we'd need to do is a legislature campaign, because there is no concept yet of directed funds from the property tax to a specific, everything goes into the general fund. That would be something the unions would have to do, perhaps together. So you have a coalition of unions come together and propose this idea. The emotional catch is as the university goes, so goes the children of Guam. So your kids, the university only costs $12,000 a year, but your kids, if they get, if we don't strengthen the universities here, if your money doesn't go here, it stays here at the university. Otherwise, your money goes out. Your kids go out to the mainland, and if they go there, they're not coming back. So that's a strong emotional catch for this kind of campaign. Second thing you'd have to do is some kind of broad educational campaign for Guam. Guam's about, what'd you say, 150,000 people? Yeah, right. Okay, roughly. Just to get comfortable with the idea of a mill or like a property tax that's directed, but to give people ownership in their K-12 system, in their community college, and in their University of Guam, UG. And then the third thing would be an actual millage campaign. So this is a step-by-step process. It's an ambitious goal, but the outcome would be some kind of funding stream that's specifically for Guam, that's owned by the community in Guam, and that benefits the entire K through higher ed system. So that's kind of where we got. Did I miss anything?
That's why you spoke for me.
Okay.
I'm Liz, Lebanon Valley College. We were working on an issue facing Indiana State University. They're being asked to justify small programs. So for the issue campaign, we started with identifying the key decision makers that you need to target, and we said that would be the provost and the president of the university or the college. And the next step would be using one-on-one conversations to both gather information and with a low level like petition, sign this petition to make a strong case for these programs, to start building coalition within the faculty From there, you can start building in students who would be affected by the closures of these programs and community allies that benefit from these programs, either by employing graduates or because they have shared values. And then you can start an escalation campaign. You start with that petition, and then from there you start getting more and more visible, like including students in a poster or letter campaign. And one thing that we thought would be really fun would be to do something on or off campus that gets visibility, like bringing a cake to the provost's office and say, cut the cake, not our programs. And that was the plan we came up with.
I love that.
Hello. Yeah. I wasn't sure, but now we're going for it. Hi, I'm Julia Svoboda. I'm from Tufts. One of the things we were talking about is the Viewpoint Diversity Center that just is opening up on our campus. And we know what it is. It's for a certain kind of viewpoint. And I think as a chapter, we've been thinking, okay, we know what this is, we know what's coming, what do we actually do? And I think the fear is that we will be accused of not engaging in academic freedom by attacking, right, a center that is saying that its purpose is to enhance and support academic freedom, when in fact we understand that its purpose is indeed the opposite. So what we just, we don't have this figured out, but I'd love to hear other thoughts, but just starting to lean into the idea that there is disciplinary expertise on our campus around what it means to engage in diversity-based dialogue. One term in particular that stands out from the description of the center that might be a hook is that it describes itself as non-ideological, which is a nonsensical term. So I think, So I think perhaps writing some op-eds, raising awareness, saying, we see you. We understand what you mean by non-ideological. Let us explain to you what ideology is. Let's have a conversation about that. I don't know. We're still thinking about what to do, but I wanted to raise that because it's a tricky one.
Yeah, and it's hard to, so I'm Gianna, I'm from the Grad Workers Union at Tufts. Given the, represent graduate students, given the criminalization of op-eds clearly with through mesas, but also just how much jeopardy writing something that public, comes to be on campus, especially given that this new, expanding Viewpoint Center reports directly to the Office of the Presidency. So, what do those lines of communication actually look like? Is it just because, as my partners at the table were saying, is it because they want to sort of keep an eye on the center? Is it because they want to kind of use it as a fulcrum, through which they can drive their agenda? It's looking like the latter, just given the job posting was all about expanding civic engagement at Tufts, remaking, the student and faculty constituency, making Tufts a leader in liberal higher education, which seems entirely nonsensical. So yeah, just how do you is it a legal challenge? Is it a joint publication? How do you, sort of strategize in that case when it's so disparate and it's so, transparent, but also murky at the same time? I think that's the existential academic question, but.
Yeah, so it's a very kind of interesting situation you're in. So did they already appoint somebody to oversee it? Okay. So faculty had no say? Okay. All right.
Anybody else want to report on the issue campaign they talked about, or?
Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm at an advocacy chapter at Utah State, and this is actually chatting with the Tufts folk at Utah State. They just did the exact same thing, and they rewrote our entire general education curriculum to open this civic engagement center. And so one thing that we've been exploring is talking about how this is a franchise from like large think tanks back east, because that speaks a lot to the Utah people. So Utah education for Utah students, and pointing out how this in no way answers the needs of the students is one messaging campaign that we're exploring there.
Yeah, how's it going? Thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Gugliotti. I'm a professor in New York State on Long Island, and I belong to School New York Institute of Technology. We share the campus with an osteopathic college that has always been entrenched and separate from the university itself. But in the last 10 years, they've kind of started moving over and joining the school as a whole, so that they're being seen in a broader light. One thing that was always interesting is that their faculty members are on a 3-year reappointment kind of line versus a 10-year line, and they're interested actually in starting to make an advancement to join our union to hopefully open up the opportunity for tenure and have that security in mind. I'd say roughly about 30 to 40% of the osteopaths have expressed interest in this, so it is a serious interest, and they'd like to try to start moving forward. So the issue that sort of faced us, or that I presented to the table, is how do we actually create a bridge to help bring them over to side with the union? Under the recommendation, was suggested to contact NYSED, which helps to oversee our unions in New York State, and speak to the labor relations specialists, and also recommendations of going through the wording of the CBA that will be going into review in about 2 years. But we're open up to other ideas. So any of you that might want to contribute, certainly please raise your hand or come forward. Or Roberta, you did? Okay, a little bit later, thanks. So catch me in the hallways if you can sometime. Thanks.
I think, thank you all. This was a great session. And certainly we've, after the presentation, we both, a number of you came up to talk to us. I certainly would be glad to share I think my contact information is available through the app and other ways, but certainly be glad to talk to you more about your campaigns. But you're all on the right track for whatever campaign you want to run. So I think we're turning this over to Mia.
Thank you, Rana. Thank you, Eric. Could we get another round of applause? All right, I have some morning announcements. First of all, to help support your work defending academic freedom, AAUP's Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom has prepared an academic freedom first aid kit that is available especially here at Summer Institute. There are copies on the tables in front of you, also at the registration desk. So definitely pick up one or more copies, take them home with you, and check out all the resources that are available. In just a second, when I'm done with morning announcements, let me ask you to stand up and we'll take our group picture. We're going to take a panoramic picture of people all the way across the room. So we'll ask you to stand, probably lift your arm in power for about 20 seconds while our photographers run across the room and get all of you. To keep things tidy in between plenary sessions, let me ask you please to pick up your breakfast materials, the cups, the plates that you're not using anymore, and toss them in the trash on your way out of the room. Thank you very much. Quick reminder that our HBI and Scholars of Color Committee is hosting an HBCU Solidarity Hour tonight in the African American Hall of Fame. That goes from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. And if you're registered for that Solidarity Hour, you can pick up a drink ticket at the registration desk anytime between now and then. Speaking of registrations, a few folks received some unauthorized messages from CVent that their registration was canceled. Apologies for that. Technical glitches. Your registration has not been canceled. You should just continue to attend Summer Institute as you were planning to do. So sorry about that. Also, to help support your work defending academic freedom, we have copies of AAUP's Red Book available for purchase for $30. The Red Book is the ultimate compendium of our policies, our statements, and our standards to defend academic freedom, tenure, shared governance, and everything else that AAUP and AFT stand for and fight for. If you'd like to order a Red Book, you can get one at 30% off at the registration table. You can also pick up a t-shirt for $25 with our fantastic Summer Institute logo. David Albert, you're modeling the t-shirt right there. It's really great. Okay. Teresa, all right. Teresa is leading the convening of the group of faculty from southern states, the 5 southern states, to work on accreditation. Today at the 3 p.m. break in room 152 upstairs. So if you're going to the accreditation working group, it is in room 152 upstairs in this building at the 3 p.m. break. And I think we're ready to take a picture. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Stand up. Yeah, I'm gonna stand up. I get one too. Yeah. Okay.
And we're back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Does that sound all right over there? Good? All right. Does that sound all right, Aisha? One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great.
Exactly. Okay. Touch it. Go back just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That way they'll have a little more. It's a little awkward, but I agree. A little bit more so she can reach it. Yep. Is she gonna be on that? There. Yes. Is she gonna be here? We think so. But either way, we'll have. There is reach here. Yes, exactly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is so outstanding to be with all of you today, to be with all of you at this conference. I am so grateful for this opportunity, for this lunch plenary session. We will have a few more people coming in. Please welcome them to your table if you see them looking for a place to sit. But I know we have just an incredible panel for you, so I'd love to get started. My name is Mary Catherine Ricker, and I am Executive Director of the Albert Shanker Institute. We were founded shortly after the death of legendary labor leader Al Shanker to continue his priorities of strengthening public education, the labor movement, and democracy. And I am so grateful to be able to spend time with higher education leaders, both in this conference and in the partnership that the Albert Shanker Institute has created with AFT's Higher Education Division. We started a democracy series and launched it at a higher education professional issues conference with higher education member John Shelton's book, The Education Myth, How Human Capital Trumped Social Democracy. And we have been working together on higher education and democracy work ever since. We began this series because AFT's higher education members and the Albert Shanker Institute intersect in meaningful and fundamental ways. The Albert Shanker Institute was founded with a commitment to 4 principles: a vibrant democracy, quality public education, a voice for working people in decisions affecting their jobs and their lives, and a free and open debate about all of these things. When the Shanker Institute sees higher education under attack, we see our founding principles under attack. This makes our partnership now more important than ever. We are also fortunate that the president of the board of directors of the Albert Shanker Institute is Randy Weingarten. And that makes our president's book more important than ever. You'll see on your tables that you can pre-order a copy of Why Fascists Fear Teachers, Public Education and the Future of Democracy. And it makes today's panel that much more important. We are pleased to bring you today's plenary discussion, Democratic Backsliding and How to Resist It. We have extraordinary experts for you today. You have their full biographies in your plenary pamphlet, but I'd like to introduce them to you and then turn our stage over to them. We have the Reverend Dr. Cassandra Gould, who is a national political strategist, public theologian, and leading voice at the intersection of faith, politics, and social transformation. She currently serves as the political director for the Faith and Action National Network, where she develops movement strategy, advances faith-rooted policy agendas, and builds national campaigns to confront systemic injustice and rising authoritarianism. We have Erica McFeeters, who holds a Bachelor's of Science, or Bachelor's of Art degree in Political Science from Kentucky State University, and is currently pursuing a master's degree in African Studies at Howard University. Erica works also with the Human Rights Campaign as a consultant and social advocate, focusing on equity, LGBTQ+ rights, and community empowerment. Welcome, Erica. We have Dr. Maria Steffen, who is the co-lead and chief organizer at the Horizons Project, an organizing initiative on bringing people together across differences to dismantle tyranny and build an inclusive democracy. She is also the co-author with Erica Chenoweth of Why Civil Resistance Works, the strategic logic of nonviolent conflict, and the role of external support in nonviolent campaigns, poisoned chalice, or holy grail. Welcome, Dr. Stephen. And our moderator and panelist today, President of AFT and the Albert Schenker Institute, Randy Weingarten. In addition to being the president of AFT and ASI, she was a practicing classroom social studies teacher in New York City before she became president of the UFT. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for your time today.
You want me to be over there or over
No,
here?
this is perfect.
Oh,
Yeah.
good,
Yep.
fantastic. And I am actually going to teach at CUNY this spring, which I am looking forward to, and then I will be a member of two of our locals, UFT and PSC. Yes, look, I really miss teaching. And so I've never given up I am on leave in my teaching job in the New York City Public Schools. I've never given that up. Obviously, I am on an unpaid leave from my teaching job in New York City Public Schools. But I do really feel like, to the extent that one has to keep on figuring out how to walk the walk and be engaged in the work that we all do. And so James and Steve London, when I said very meekly, well, I did this 2 years ago at Cornell, and people thought I did okay. Can I thank, oh my God, thank you. So I feel like it's really important. So I just want to say publicly to the PSC, thank you for letting me join your ranks. Thank you. So I want to just say a couple of words. Because I want to give us a lot of time in the questions I'm about to ask people. And I could say a lot of words. And on this coming Friday, I'm doing a major speech on this at our Teach conference. That we have this, huge arc of conferences this week in AFT land, and this is AFT and UUP land, and I'm so delighted that this time, we before AAUP affiliated with AFT, one of the things that we were always very, 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 let's say, jealous of was the Summer Institute. And I'm so grateful that this year, from everything that I've been told, people really have gotten together. This has been a great Summer Institute. And this is the power of coming together and to have something like this. And also to be at Morehouse and Spelman, to be in these great institutions. And frankly, when we start thinking about struggle and authoritarianism and dictatorship and deprivation, think about what the courage of people who went to HBCUs. Think about the courage of John Lewis. Think about the courage of Martin Luther King. Think about the courage of those who boycotted at lunch counters and in bus boycotts. And think about how they enabled potential of a multiracial democracy for the first time ever in the United States in the 1960s because of that work and that courage. Something, you could all clap for them, it's not clapping for me, something that the white supremacist forces have been fighting against not only ever since, but before the Civil War. Think about in terms of education. The white supremacist forces have fought against Brown versus Board of Education from the moment Brown was established. The same voucher programs that were there in Virginia are the ones that are rising now. So this being here on hallowed ground with this panel of both historians and activists are really, really important. And so there's one major piece that I want to say. Look, you all know, you don't need me to tell you that public education is under attack and higher education is under attack. You don't need me to tell you that. You don't need me to tell you all the different ways it's under attack. You don't. You know it. You live it every single day. The question for us, I think, is what do we do about it? That's the question for us. And there's a lot of differences of opinions. And the one piece that I'm going to actually say that will be very controversial, so I'm going to say it right now, but I'm preparing you for it, is that if we don't act like a civic society and like a collective, because the one thing that we have had in higher education for all this time in America, it wasn't broad-based, it wasn't accessible to all. But what it was that a particular group of the teaching staff had huge autonomy in a way in which, this is why I said I prepared people, in a way in which virtually no one else in America has. So remember how the right wing tried to kill the unionized auto industry. They would say, oh, they have pensions and we don't. How dare you have X thousands of dollars that is part of the cost of a car so that we are paying for the people who retired long ago? That kind of jealousy, that kind of, they have it, I don't, I'm going to take it away from them. And do you know who is the best purveyor of that kind of snake oil? Donald Trump. The otherizing, the division. And why do they do it in our space? Higher ed and K-12? Because the things that we do in higher ed and K-12 is we teach knowledge. We teach agency. We teach empowerment, critical thinking, problem solving, empathy, resilience, relationship building. We try to help kids. The one thing I hate is when somebody says, oh, what you do is you pour knowledge into kids. Bullshit. That's not, excuse me, that's not what we do. We help kids thrive, whether they are kindergartners or whether they are 25 or 30 years old. We help them. We meet their needs. A lot of what we do scares the bejesus out of extremists, because when we do this, extremists they can't compete with kids wanting to do what they want to do and know what they want to do. Every parent in this room knows this. Right? That's why they hate us. And the second reason they hate us is because we create pluralistic settings in so many different ways. Look at a college campus. You can't get more pluralistic than that. And even all of the gunk that happens, all of the friction that happens, that's the making of America. Excuse me, that is diversity, inclusion, and equity. And so they want us to shut up. They want us to die, because if we die, if there's not a system of public schools, if there's not a system of broad-based university and college availability for all who want to go, who do you think is going to be left as the leadership of the country in the next generation and in the generation afterwards? Going after us is an intentional aspect of killing a democracy. Because going after us means that you kill a democracy forever, not just for this generation. And that's why they go after us. So part of what we have to figure out how to do is not strip people from their viewpoints or dignity or wanting to fight for whatever individually people want to fight for, including issues around Gaza, including issues around everything else. I'm doing that specifically. But if we don't, and this is what these three are going to talk about, if we don't figure out how we create the broader coalition, since we don't have political power in Washington right now. So at this moment in time, the only way we are going to stop a police state, and we are in a police state, when they disappear people, we are in a police state. When those of us who travel across the world have to take a burner phone instead of our regular phone, we are in a police state. So all I'm saying is that if we want to have a democracy, a multiracial democracy, if we want to have and imagine a period of time in the next few years where we can actually debate about Gaza or debate about anything that the right wing wants to debate about, if we want to have the agency, the authority to be able to do all of that, the next 2 years are absolutely essential for us to create the biggest coalition of democracy wanters, of freedom wanters, of education wanters, of economic justice wanters, in order to be on the streets to fight for that democracy. Because that's what it's going to take. And that's what the civil rights movement understood. Remember King's letter from a Birmingham jail, where he said to white people, "Where are you? Where are you? Don't just talk the talk. Where are you right now?" And so part of our job, and this is part of the reason I wrote this book, part of our job is to try to figure out how we collectively and together understand what's going on, not only how to fight it, but how to fight for a better life. And no better example of that was what happened in the New York City primary for mayor. And this is the last thing I'll say here before I turn to the panel. Because what did Mondami do? It was everybody else who started talking about issues of foreign lands. What Mondami did was say, let's talk about affordability in the city of New York. People want to live here. That's what government should be about. And he had enough ideas that even if people didn't believe that he could get it done, there was a connection to young people that motivated. I mean, the PSC were there. They were with him. There was a connection of young people that said, I want this, and I'm going to fight for this. And I'm going to understand that I'm going to use political power to get this. And now, I'm proud that virtually all of our locals in New York City are there with him to get him through the finish line so we can have a mayor of the city of New York who believes in dignity, opportunity for all, and affordability. So, it's using political power, not opting out of it. It is actually engaging people on the issues that we care about and imagining a future. But it's also about then doing what our forebears did in being on the streets non-violently, and taking back this democracy. So, no better than these three people who will tell us how to do that. Yeah. Right? So, my dear Reverend Dr. Gould, and I want to just also say to people here in this room, there's two things that you're going to see in the new AFT budget, assuming the Executive Council passes it this week. Number one is that there is a new faith-based initiative, because it's really important at this moment, particularly with all the what's going on in the use and misuse of religion, that we are out there engaging faith and engaging faith communities and engaging clergy in a real way. So I am so honored, because that's kind of what Reverend Dr. Gould has done with and for us and for so many communities for so many years. And the second is, we're putting our money where our mouth is. There is at least $500,000 that is going into a campaign directly for higher education and the fight for higher education for this next year. And that is separate and apart from a bunch of other things we're doing. We are serious about this fight, but this fight has to be one that you feel like you're willing to be on the streets for each and every day. So, Dr. Gould, we had a similar conversation to this in May. We did that on Zoom as opposed to in person. And I just because your work has been inspiring to me for years. But how would you have us start? How do you think about, in this moment, how do we shape that kind of unity of purpose around what issues? And how do we do that how do we shape that? Particularly since in a room like this, there's probably a lot of deep feelings about a whole variety of issues.
First, thank you, Randy, thank you, AFT, and thank you, Shanker, for this opportunity. I would be really remiss sitting on the campus of Morehouse College without naming probably its most famous student and alumna, that of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, you should clap. Someone who everybody loves now, but folk didn't love him then. Let's just add that, right? I am a daughter of the South, of the neighboring Alabama. My mother was on that bridge on Bloody Sunday. When I was old enough to really understand, thank you, the magnitude of Dr. King, I grew up in a household where there was a picture of him on the coffee table in my grandparents' house and in my parents' house. And I remember asking my mother, I was probably 8 or 9, and I said, so you were in Selma, did you march with Dr. King? She said, everybody's going to say they marched with Dr. King. She was a prophet, because now I'm like, but you're only, like, you weren't old enough. But she said to me, she said that I was in Selma while Dr. King was at home thinking about it. And I say that to say that it's going to take ordinary people. They're not, you don't know my mother's name. I'll call her as my ancestor into this room, Carrie Thelma Jefferson. But, thank you. But you don't know her name. You don't know the people that are on the 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 10th line. The people who might just be making sandwiches for those of us who dare to stand in the streets. So this movement has always been that kind of coalition of the willing, and it will continue to be. It was on this campus, this HBCU campus, an all-boys black college campus in Dr. King's freshman year, that he recalled reading from Henry David Thoreau, reading about nonviolent resistance. And he says that it actually changed his life. An assignment from a professor reading actually changed his life. He grew up here. He understood as a black person in the segregated South what authoritarianism looked like. See, it takes an authoritarian government to say that black people can't drink out of that water fountain. It takes an authoritarian government to actually say that you cannot go to that school, and the governor will come and make sure that you don't go to that school in Alabama. It takes that kind of government to put dogs on the streets in my beloved Birmingham. And so, as I said on the panel back in May, for some of us, we've had enough skin in the game, pun intended, that it has been a recurring theme. In this moment, we are all starting to feel that it might be our skin that needs to be in this game as well. And so we're going to have to I'm a community organizer, Faith in Action. We have organizations in more than 220 cities and 12 countries. And in community organizing, there's a rigor and a discipline involved. We're going to have the kind of rigor, discipline, and commitment to each other. I learned in community organizing, you just move kind of from issue to issue. In this moment, it's really less about issues and more about our humanity. In America, in the racist, fraudulent notion of white supremacy, we've all been conditioned to think that not all, in my faith language, that not all of God's children were worthy, that not all of us were even human enough for us to care about, which is a part of how we got here, right? There's been an arrogance. I'm reading this wonderful book by Madeleine Albright, Fascism. She wrote it during the first era. And she talks about how in democracy, we take a lot for granted. I'll add that there's also been some arrogance with that, because if we were able to access democracy, we acted as if we didn't know what our neighbors meant when they said that democracy, not only, as I used to say, it's not just that it's not working, it was never designed for all of us. And so in this moment, we have to grapple with that maybe this fraudulent notion of democracy that we've had has to actually die so that we can commit to collectively rebuilding it. Why, and you know, I'm a Christian, so you know I believe in resurrection, but why should we keep resurrecting something that actually has been deadly to some of us all of the time, and not actually just have a funeral, rebuild it in a way that actually looks like all of God's children and is big enough for all of us? I'm going to pass the mic in 1 second. In Dr. King's last book, Where Do We Go From Here? Community or Chaos? using the language of 1967, he said in the aftermath of that bridge, in the aftermath of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act being passed, he said that when the Negro looked around, all of the allies had quietly left. This is going to have to be a moment that we decide that all of our humanity is connected enough that we cannot leave. We don't need any more allies. We all have to be in solidarity. We have to be accomplices that are willing to say we will go all of the way with each other. I was with Reverend Dr. Senator Warnock a couple of weekends ago in the Senate, trying to pray that somebody might do the right thing. They didn't. And he reminded all of us that evil always goes too far. We are going to have to make a decision. How much further will the people go than evil? We are going to have to make a decision that even if my issue is not your issue, my humanity is connected enough to your humanity that we will go together even if we don't get to my issue right now, because it really is a matter of life and death.
Maria, I didn't mean you to follow that. But she'll be fine. I do love this. Reverend Dr. Gould, Dr. Stephan, soon to be Dr. McFeeters, you know. And for me, even writing a book almost killed me. So, all of you. But Maria, I just, Reverend Dr. Gould talked about how we build together based upon a common humanity. You have, I mean, she said a lot more than that, obviously, but you bring, excuse me, you also bring people together around differences to build an inclusive democracy. So, and you do it a lot from understanding history and understanding movements. So share some teaching about how we resist for a better future.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Randy, and really an honor to be on this panel with the three of you, and really grateful to be in a room full of educators at this time in our history. And I was reflecting on the way here just how powerful of a role HBCUs have played in struggling against racial authoritarianism in this country and in fighting for a multiracial democracy. And I was reflecting that how central student and faculty activism was during the Civil Rights Movement. Who was leading the lunch counter sit-ins? Who was leading the strikes and the boycotts that ultimately dismantled racial authoritarianism in the South? I was also reflecting that these tactics, these disruptive, direct action tactics, were profoundly unpopular at the time. And you all know how many Black student activists were expelled from their universities, including Reverend James Lawson, who was expelled from Vanderbilt University in 1960. And I was also reflecting that there were also HBCU leaders, Robert Wright of Fisk University, who refused to capitulate. So when the students came under attack for their activism, they stood up, they defended them, they refused to cave to pressure from donors and influential people. And I'm so grateful for it, and we so need that leadership now. I was also reflecting here, so I'm a scholar of civil resistance. I've spent the past 25 years or so researching and working with movements in this country and around the world who have fought various forms of tyranny, authoritarianism, fascism. I'm a political scientist, so proud to be on the stage with a fellow political scientist. And so I've been researching strategies. What are the strategies that are most effective in context of democratic backsliding and authoritarian resurgence? What can we learn from our own history in this country and from movements around the world? Whether it's Chile, the movement that ousted Augusto Pinochet, whether it's South Africa, the movement that dismantled racial apartheid and paved the way to multiracial democracy, whether it's the Philippines, the people power movement that helped oust Marcos in the 1980s, whether it's the Polish solidarity movement that ousted communist tyranny, whether most recently places around the world experiencing backsliding, in places like Brazil, after years of right-wing leader Bolsonaro pulling the country back, attacking democratic institutions. It was a broad front of people, of educators, of unionists, of business members, students, and others who pushed back, fought back. So there is a long legacy of effective resistance to authoritarianism. And the one thing early on is we were starting to do trainings related to how to effectively resist authoritarianism. And we were looking around the country at all the examples of defiance, both individual and collective defiance. And I remember when I saw the AAUP statement against anticipatory obedience, I was like, damn. This is the opening salvo. This is setting the stage. This is what shapes social norms away from complying with authoritarian regimes. And I was so proud of that, and I was so grateful for that. I've been so grateful that AFT has stood behind standing out against authoritarianism, backing things like the Tesla takedown, so going after the enablers of authoritarianism in this country with the consumer boycotts, helping to make that company toxic, which has been so powerful in this country. And so I've just been, as it's related to higher ed, teachers, unions, so grateful for the leadership role that you all are playing. And this leadership is so key in the fight against authoritarianism around the world. So another political scientist, Erica Chenoweth, and I studied hundreds of campaigns around the world challenging various forms of autocracy. Some of them were military dictatorships, some of them were fascist regimes, some of them were backsliding democracies, so they were elected Democrats who undermine institutions and norms of democracy. And we looked at what were the attributes of these campaigns that succeeded. And we found that the single most important aspect of successful movements was mass, diverse participation. So being able to sustain mass, diverse participation that brings people together across sectors, across races, across geographies, and being able to sustain mobilization. So some of you may have heard of this 3.5% rule that is based on the research underpinning why civil resistance works. The idea there is that no regime has maintained power when 3.5% of the population has engaged in active protest. Now, I would say to qualify this, the 3.5% measures participation at peak protests. So the last hurrah. What about how you get to that point? So it's the organization, it's the leadership, it's the momentum, all the aspects of successful movements, and that's what we need to be building in this moment. But we need the farmers, the doctors, the business people, the lawyers, the students. Everybody needs to be part of this movement, and it needs to be cross-ideological. We do need people on the center right because they're closest to the authoritarian regime. So when they pull away, when they shift their loyalties, defect, that's usually the end of an authoritarian regime. So just to say, mass diverse participation, we need to shake up our tactics. We are really good at this country in going into the streets, the no kings, hands off, critically important to build numbers, sense of solidarity, that we're in this together, critically important. And we need to up our game and engage in other muscular tactics, including non-cooperation. In the nonviolent resistance arsenal, it is the organized non-cooperation, the walkouts, the labor strikes, the consumer boycotts. Basically, collective stubbornness is how you take power away from an authoritarian regime. And we are seeing this around the country. Any of you from Idaho? So you know the story of Sarah Inama, AFT member, who was told to take down the sign, "Everyone is welcome here in the school." She refused. She refused. She kept the sign up, and it spread. So the whole community got behind her. Local businesses printed up t-shirts in support. People were chalking in the streets. So a singular act of defiance became an entire community campaign. We need that resistance today. We need that resistance. Any of you from Connecticut here? Familiar with the non-cooperation campaign targeting Avello Airlines? So Avello Airlines is running deportation flights for ICE. The community found out about it. Flight attendants leaked information about these deportation flights. Thank you. The community mobilized immigrant rights groups, indivisibles, faith leaders. They put pressure on their local council to cut subsidies from Avello Airlines, so that was cut out of the recent budget. Huge success. And communities across the country are looking to that example. The Tesla takedown made that country, that company toxic, billions of dollars lost. So Target, the fast, it began as a Lenten fast, Nina Turner, Reverend Bryant, and it's no one buy from Target because of its anti-DEI policies. It wasn't just that. They said to buy, it was boycott also. Don't buy from Target, buy from Black-owned businesses, invest in banks. And that's part of non-cooperation, right? You don't just say no to something, you say yes to the alternatives, and you build community around it. So these are some of the examples, and this is what needs to become bigger, bolder across this country, is organized non-cooperation. So mass diverse participation, tactical innovation, prompting defections and loyalty shifts in key pillars. We need the enablers of authoritarianism to stop enabling authoritarianism. So we need to pressure the businesses, the corporations that are enabling authoritarianism. We need to nudge the faith leaders who are providing moral sanction to authoritarianism in this country. We need to target the professional associations that are lending their skills and knowledge and know-how. So this process of shifting loyalties and prompting defections, by the way, this is one of the most important findings of why civil resistance works. When security forces no longer obey orders to crack down on peaceful protesters, it's usually the end of the authoritarian regime. When the white business owners in South Africa faced pressure from boycotts, divestment, strikes, when they in turn put pressure on the apartheid government, that paved the way to negotiations and a multiracial South Africa. So we need to lean into how to bring about loyalty shifts and defections. And finally, the repression is going to continue. It's the abductions, it's the attacks, it's the book bans, it's going after racial diversity, equity, inclusion. We need to organize and prepare for it, and we need to make it backfire so that when the repression occurs, the perpetrators pay a price. They pay a social price, they pay a political price, they pay an economic price. That is so grounded in our organizing, in our ability to launch. Sackett's Harbor, New Jersey, remember when they abducted the immigrant kid in the family, like a third grader, I believe? And by the way, this is Homan's hometown. The community, New York, Sackett's Harbor, New York. The community mobilized, put pressure, marched in the streets, and essentially got the kids and the family released. This is the kind of things we need to be doing to make repression backfire. And last thing, the wisdom of the civil rights movement was so much about going after the enablers of racial authoritarianism. It was the businesses and the civic associations. Now that we have a rapid consolidation of authoritarianism at the federal level, we need to focus on the same way and removing the pillars of support for this federal autocratic regime. And I think we're all critically part of it. So thank you.
So, before we get to Erica, so now, in hearing that we're going to start this faith-based initiative, you start understanding why we're doing it and what that means. Why we pushed very hard to get our members out on No King's Day. And there weren't a whole lot of unions that did what we did. But we thought it was absolutely imperative to be able to have as many people as possible. And we are going up that scale that Erica just, that Maria, sorry, I almost called Maria Erica, that Maria just talked about in terms of thinking about what that non-cooperation looks like. It takes many, because I heard a lot of applause. It takes many different forms. The one thing we're not going to do is we're not going to do something that doesn't have the solidarity of at least our members. So we have to find ways that we do things that are effective. They may be small, they may be big. The Tesla campaign that Maria just talked about, a lot of you, at one point or another, there will be an article written about all the things that we did. But our goal, just so we make it clear, is we have a capital strategy program within the AFT. And we use and talk to the trustees of a lot of the pension systems. And we talk to people like the controllers and the treasurers. One thing we wanted to do, which we couldn't do because Texas changed their law, just want to be very clear about this, was that we started putting together a shareholder derivative suit against Tesla. There were a lot of people that wanted to just say, let's opt out, let's divest. We understood that divestment alone was not going to be effective, that we actually wanted as shareholders to put pressure on the governing body of Tesla to get Musk out of the government, to make things that the company looked so bad. The shareholders were saying, get him out. And so part of our strategy was to basically put huge pressure on the financial industry to actually be honest about what was going on in Tesla. That's what our letters were doing. And also put pressure on the powers that be in the company as well as in the financial industry, using the might of the basically $4 trillion of assets that our retirees have to try to create that pressure. And that pressure worked to such an extent that they finally are having a finally having a shareholder meeting this November. Now, that's the kind of finding ways that we take down the pillars of normal behavior of corporations. That's what we're doing a lot when we do these corporate campaigns. We are looking at how to work with UFCW in particular on how we actually take the next step of the Target campaign, meaning how we end up doing things so that people buy in places that have that are unionized retailers as we boycott Target, and how we then have a way of saying to Target, we're going to keep this boycott, not just as important as it is on DEI, but until you also allow unionization in your in Target. So I just want to take a few of the things that Maria mentioned to say these seeds are things that we are doing now, and that's part of what the Resistance Committee that Jessica Tang and Todd Wolfson are heading are thinking through these kind of things. And that's part of what we want to do in this campaign in terms of higher education. Thank you. Erica.
Hello.
So you and I have also been on a couple of panels in the last few weeks on a couple of different issues.
Yes, we have.
And part of what it struck me, Erica was on our panel when we were talking about that we had in Washington on gay pride. And what struck me was that you actually are the embodiment of what Maria is talking about how you bring together various different coalitions and how you kind of turn things on their head.
Thank you.
She knows what I'm talking about. I don't know if she wants to talk to everybody else about it, but the issue is, think about, from your perspective of going to an HBCU, working for the Human Rights Campaign, thinking about how one of the otherizing that this administration does so much is on, authoritarians take on immigrants. That's a favorite of theirs. They take on LGBTQ issues, now mostly trans rights. And they go after religious minorities. Historically, it's been Jews, but in other places, look at the Uyghurs and what has happened. So how do you, from the perspective of, not as a student, but from the perspective actually from the LGBT space, how are you thinking about what we have to do here?
Absolutely. Well, first I want to say thank you, Randy, for having me again, and also to Mary Catherine and AFT. This is another wonderful opportunity to be speaking out and using my voice in place of silence. And so I am really, really excited to be here and to talk about this. But to your question, I think back on my experience in undergrad. I recently just graduated in May. And I'm 22, so thank you. Thank you all. So, at my time at my HBCU at Kentucky State University, I had the opportunity to create an LGBTQ organization called Spectrum. And in that organization, our primary goals and focus were to mobilize students on campus, allies and queer students, in having support in spaces that were for them. The reason I even first wanted to create this organization was because I had a friend who was unable to get housing because of her trans identity. And in that issue, realizing just how much students, but also teachers, play a role in the experiences of people, of our communities as we move throughout the world, really changed the way that I wanted to experience my campus and the way I wanted my peers to experience my campus. Because in a lot of ways, there's a lot of power in supporting people at the individual level, kind of how you all were saying earlier. Knowing that those small connections can lead to bigger things, right? So as the years have gone on, I've been able to have about 300 students that participated in the organization, which was not anything like I anticipated when I first was working on it. However, as I was leaving, I'm not sure if you all are familiar. Is anybody from Kentucky? Maybe? Oh, yes, yes. Well, so you all may be a little familiar with the most recent bill that just got rid of DEI for public college institutions. In that also dismantled my organization. And so it's, right? Right. And so one thing I will say though is that I had also created a really great relationship with the Human Rights Campaign, with so many other people that wanted to see students, queer students at Kentucky State thrive, that we began to work, right? It became a time that we needed to figure out what can we do to provide these resources back to these students. And like I said, I was leaving, so my concern was what's gonna happen, if I'm not there, right? But that's exactly what inspires me about this room, right? Is that there's people everywhere that want to make a difference. And in that, especially when fighting against everything that we're dealing with, even at the Kentucky level, at the federal level, et cetera, I've realized that we have almost a duty, especially if you care about your students, if you care about your role and the impact that you make and the work that you do. That will only continue if we all are together in this, right? And so I firmly believe that there is a lot of room for us to fight against authoritarianism, but also fight against the basic principles that are being lost right now, right? As we kind of talked about HBCUs and their legacy and their history and the value that the civil rights movement has put into our lives today, I think about the fact that we've kind of lost, you know, overall communication. There's a lack of transparency in the way that we communicate with each other. There's a search to find information now. There is a battle to not be censored, right? Especially against this regime, right? And so I really encourage you all, but also as I think about, like I said, I'm 22, as I think about my time in undergrad and just in school period, I have thoroughly been inspired by all of those who are in the education space that continue to use their voices to mobilize the next generation of students, because that is where the work begins, in my opinion. I would have never, and I wouldn't say never, but I would have, for the most part, never encountered a lot of these opportunities had I not went to Kentucky State, had I not had teachers and professors and faculty and staff who were there to not only motivate me, but let me know that this is a reality. And I think as we all walk, as we're in this space right now, I think you all are a direct reflection of a reality that students can have. They have people in their corner that will support them, that will not allow them to fail among things like this Kentucky bill or anything that we're experiencing today, because there's more than enough issues that we are fighting against, and the fight against humanity as well. And so I really implore you all to consider the ways that students, and I know you were saying, you know, not to speak as a student, but I encourage you all to really know the value that you all hold in your students' lives and the lives that you all come across, because there are people that need you all, truly, and I'm one of those people. So thank you all, and
No, I wanted you to speak in any way you wanted to speak. So, but what I'd like to do is, I know it's 1:45, the time shot by, but if you don't, I don't know what, can we do like 15 minutes of questions? Is that possible? Okay? I mean, I love that. I'm not running this thing, so I'm asking, you know, I'm not, so I just, because I don't want to, so why don't we do 2 questions from this side, 2 questions from this side, just so that we get all of you involved in this conversation. You can see, I could have the conversation with these 3 amazing people forever, but let's see if we can get other people involved. Is that okay? Okay. They're telling me, yeah. Who's?
That's fine.
The mic. You guys? Okay. Jesse has a mic.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you all.
There's a hand up here that shut up too. Okay, good. Okay. Tell us your name.
I'm Anu Sivaraman. I'm from the University of Delaware. I'm the grievance officer for the AAUP chapter at the University of Delaware.
Bless you for that.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to talk about was thank you all. That was inspirational, and I needed to hear that today. And I also wanted to chime in and say one small thing, which is some of us, we talked about Martin Luther King Reverend's letter from Birmingham jail about where are the white folks. We are the privileged people. If you're a citizen of this country, natural or otherwise, it's a huge privilege. Because one of the things I'm seeing as a grievance officer is people who've been in this country 15, 20 years, raised a family here, who are on a green card are now shaking. They are upset, they're shaking, but they don't want to raise their voices because they are in jeopardy. So your colleagues right now may not be raising their voices high enough or loud enough because they're afraid. And if you're a citizen, it's a privilege that you now have to raise your voices. So I would like to remind everyone in this room about that just once. The second thing is UD has banned Avello from being used by the athletic department. So we're very proud of that. We worked with the Senate to make sure that our athletes don't fly on Avello anymore. And we are trying to find other ways.
And they don't have many and
we don't even have an airport. Yeah, we
they
have
don't
the blink and
they don't have very many options, so this is a very big deal.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that
Yes.
everybody else understood.
Thank you. It's going to cost us upwards of $250,000 because of that, but we are sticking with it and we are not letting the administration use it. But the second point I wanted to make was, what other things can an average faculty member do within an organization to resist and to make sure that your organization resists? I understand national movements are being organized. We show up at every street corner at every chance. But apart from that, what can we do as an individual chapter or an advocacy group within our universities to make sure that we dismantle the economic element? Because as a marketing prof, till we go where the money is, we are not shutting the pipeline down. So we need to go where the money is. What suggestions do you have as to how we can get there?
What? Why don't we do this? Because we could spend 15 minutes on this. So why don't we take all 4 questions, and then I want to let the panelists be able to, or me, being able to answer a bunch of these so that we really act as a community. Thank you for those questions. No, they're great.
Hi, thank you so much for speaking. My name's Daniel Zimmer. I'm from Cincinnati State Technical and Community College, where I teach ESL, English as a Second Language. I wanted to share something that happened in Cincinnati. Like, while I was driving down to this conference, several friends, comrades, and other people I know organized to peacefully protest the arrest and detainment by ICE of Ayman Soleimani, who's an imam at Cincinnati Children's. You might have heard of this. Excuse me. And several people organized a peaceful march on the bridge between Covington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati. And the Covington police immediately escalated, brutalized people, arrested them. I've seen firsthand footage from people I know who were there. It's difficult to watch, and it was harder for them to be there, but they were there. So I applaud them for their courage. But I wanted to say, immediately, the media coverage surrounding it on social media, corporate media, whatever, comments pages, people are cheering on the police and what they're doing. We're seeing the message being distorted. The people who were at this event were, many of whom were arrested, were being charged with first degree rioting, which carries a penalty of potentially 5 years imprisonment. So these strategies that the man is using, none of it's surprising, I think. But I'm thinking about how I've heard it said here, power concedes nothing without a demand. And when we talk about resistance, we talk about showing up. When we think about how things will be distorted and lied about, and mass media will turn everything on its head in order to paint a totally different picture of what's happening, how do demands stay clear? How do they stay prominent? How does the message continue to be the real message, of what people want, continue to stay prominent, if that makes sense? If anybody wants to speak on that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks so much for being here.
Lynn Tatum from Baylor University. I'm one of the few R1. Is it, boy?
Just use that way.
Oh, face that way, okay. Baylor University, we're a R1 faith-based. As part of this coalition, is there an appeal to try to identify faith-based institutions that I think could be a great ally on this, from all across the spectrum?
Yeah. Okay, let's take one more question. One more, and then we'll answer all 4 of them.
To that point, I would love to hear how you, Reverend, Pastor, I'm from Atlanta, from the South, just how you are thinking about the weaponization of Christianity in this country since its beginning, but But the particular ways we're seeing it within the Trump administration, and how we, how we take that back, take that narrative back. We don't see it in the media at all. Like, where are the rich Episcopalians? Give us your money. So, yeah.
Okay, so so take any of the three or any of them that you want, and I'll close up, but I heard, let's figure out, are there more kind of economic issues and economic boycotts and things like that we can do where we take on the corporate man? And what can we do as chapters? That's something that we are working on as a big campaign, and we need our friend from Delaware to be willing to be helpful with this, because there's going to be a bunch of stuff that we're going to come out with as AAUP and AFT before the end of the summer in terms of some of those kind of things. But the economic boycott issues and the issues of corporate power. Over here, the whole issue of what happens when disinformation and misinformation actually make things that should be righteous look like we are being violent when we're not, and what do we do about those kind of things, and is there anything we can do now? You know a lot about this question. And the last is the questions literally about how do we stop the weaponization of religion, and what do we do in terms of that? Those were the three questions I really heard.
Absolutely. I really love that one back here, being a Kentucky girl and everything. But I also say this as someone who has participated in nonviolent direct action since I was about 15. I believe that there is a lot of power in our resistance, yes, but there's more power in the ability to keep going, right? In the ability to rebuild. Because oftentimes, these moments of dismantling the work that's being done by activists is rooted in trying to suppress for good, right? Trying to get us all the way down to the ground so that we don't have anything to keep going with. However, if we constantly keep rebuilding in whatever way that looks, nobody can take that away from you, right? And so in my point of view, I think it's really crucial that there are so many, in a sense, lines of defense that allow you to not only experience that nonviolent direct action, such as what was going on the Covington Bridge, but also having movements and opportunities and spaces for people to still be involved, whether it be in the community, whether it be through specific action plans, right? And that looks very different for many different people, right? Because we also have to think about accessibility. We have to think about knowledge and experience and things like that, and overall safety. Honestly, I think in a lot of ways we have to consider the fact that people are just not safe right now. Minorities are not safe. Those who are under attack from our government right now need to know that they have the support of a collective, right? And that looks like not only participating in direct action, but having more resources available in that. And I think depending on the environment, I think Kentucky is unique because, we have Andy Bashir, he's great, but we also have a red state that's not very considerate of minorities and the things that people need, especially when it comes all the way to public education, right? I was having a conversation, I just saw him, he was giving out the mic. I had a conversation earlier, kind of talking, thank you, yes. And we were discussing how exactly public education fuels Kentucky, right? And that my state in particular needs it, right? And I think oftentimes people don't really realize that education can also be resistance as well. And so in that, having people in the public education sphere that are willing to fight and resist is crucial in my opinion. And it is one line of defense that can be used outside of direct action to continue supporting the needs of people, so.
Whichever or all that you want. No,
No, so I mean, and just to that point also, and I know y'all are going to be part of Lisa Fithian is going to be doing a training in nonviolent direct action, which I'm sure is going to get at some of these issues about how to engage the media and use the media. But the reality too is, even if a tactic is completely nonviolent, it will be declared by many violent, whatever. So anytime there's like disruption or confrontation, it will be portrayed as, and then there's the whole racism thing, right? Depending on who is doing the direct action, that will influence whether it is seen as violent or nonviolent. But there are ways that you can improve your communication, your commitment, what publicly you are saying about the action, the education around it, the why we're doing it, the what, and the broader the base of people who are involved, the harder it is to attack. So when you have faith leaders, when you have teachers, when you have small business owners who are part of the action or a part of the communications component, that's really, really important. So those are just a few things. The economic boycott, so there's a lot of different resources out there now that are looking at ICE enablers, so the companies that have ICE contracts. I know Little Sister is one of the websites that is looking at these things. There's a lot of energy now around a T-Mobile boycott because of its relationship with Starlink. So Choose Democracy is looking at the trackers. So if you Google Choose Democracy tracker of trackers, they're looking at the status of different consumer boycott campaigns. But I would also say, to your point of what people can do, campuses, like the role of higher ed is to teach the public about what authoritarianism and fascism is and how to resist. Like universities and educators can be out in the public, can be engaging with the media. We need that public education function. You all can be hosting trainings in civil resistance and non-cooperation on your campuses. So there are ways besides, in addition to the direct action, non-cooperation, to prepare the ground for mass mobilization and non-cooperation. So I would just offer that. I have a lot of thoughts on the faith front, but just to say, engaging faith organizations and communities in the nonviolent resistance and nonviolent direct action is so essential now, and I think it could really turn the tide to have that active people acting as faith leaders and as believers in public space, playing that, wearing the garb and playing like that just has such a powerful role in shifting public opinion and in shifting power. So, but I'll let Reverend Google talk about that.
Thank you. So I obviously know which one I'm going to talk about. I do want to I want to double down on the role of educators in this moment, right? Being able to literally use, I mean, you guys make curriculums, right? And so you need to include like scholarship that's centered in liberation, that's centered in nonviolent resistance. You get to do like college, credit non-degree courses, and you got space, you got real estate, right? And so being able to utilize that space and actually I'm a community organizer. And so it's not enough to get people in the street, but trying to pinpoint, Maria and I were talking earlier about that 3.5% in your own zip code. Who are the people that are not at the table? If there is not an existing trusted community organizing entity in that area, create one. Reach out to people like Faith in Action, and we are like, we'll help you at least think about what it looks like. Church has got a lot of space, so start to do the kind of kitchen table studies. A part of this, we're losing in narrative because we've not done enough political education, right? And political education is not just for political scientists or people like me who sometimes play one on panels, but it is for the masses so that people understand exactly what's at stake and what is going to happen to them sooner or later. Whew, let's talk about faith. So we created a curriculum on white Christian nationalism, and that's not just about white people. Let me add that. The problem is not a political problem for that. It really is a theological problem. It started with the church. We got to go all the way back to a bunch of Catholic papal bulls from the 1400s and the doctrine of discovery, where a pope said, go and basically subdue and enslave perpetually folk who look like me and others, right? And so we are literally still reeling from what and how that shaped this country. PRRI, Public Research, Religion Research Institute, their findings around where people are on this spectrum of white Christian nationalism is kind of 50-50, right? We have the ambassadors. Those are the people who show up on January the 6th, and the people who absolve them of showing up on January the 6th. You have the accommodators. Those people probably won't move, but somewhere in the middle, some of the accommodators might move, right? If they have the right education, the right narrative, the right information. And then you have the resistors. You don't have to worry about the rejectors, because we're not going to like bow at that altar, period. But we've got to do what Dr. King did, right? That we don't call each other out enough. I'll just speak about Christianity because that's what I know about, right? We like to like pretend, you know, because there's I call it the black robe wall. It's actually sometimes worse than the blue wall. We won't call each other out because it doesn't sound like the Christian thing to do. That letter from the Birmingham jail was to call by name. Dr. King named the people who were not standing with him, right? As a faith leader, I have no problem with naming the people. If you are sitting in a congregation and your pastor, priest, rabbi, imam is not saying anything about the terroristic kind of things that are happening to our people, about people being disappeared, about people being let off the hook after killing Breonna Taylor in her sleep in her house, you're in the wrong place. And if you're putting your money into that institution, you need to disrupt that and say, what about this that's happening to the least of these? Faith has a really large role. Faith, sadly, has been used by the right to nurture all that is happening, even for people who stand in front of churches with the Bible upside down. But we do have examples from the Episcopalians, from, you know, Bishop Buddy. Her moment at the mic, she's like, I'm not going to let this moment pass. We've got a lot of example from the black prophetic tradition, which Dr. King was a part of, that says, I will not allow these things to happen and not say anything. And so what we really need, you named Episcopalians, some of those same study Brian Bird shows that all of these mainline denominations, they get in the streets on No King's Day, but they still vote for people who will actually do us harm. And so we've got to have an internal revolution that actually disrupts the kind of faith that says, I am going to be silent in this moment when people are literally being snatched, disappeared, when the hungry don't have food, and when people who need health care won't have medicine. And so faith has to be a part of this. There's still a few of us, remember you only need 3.5% at a peak time, that are trained and ready. There's still a few of us that are willing to speak truth to power, to put our bodies on the line, and to do the right thing. It really is a matter of life and death. But if you are a person of faith, you need to insist that those who share the pew with you, and certainly those who occupy pulpits, actually get their butts in the street. Write op-eds. For some people are afraid of the streets. Some people, to my sister's point over here, can't afford to be in the streets, right? They'll disappear. They'll be the first people that are targeted, right? We got to have multiple on-ramps for people to actually engage in this moment. We can't fall for the division that's coming from the other side and demonize people. I know y'all were asking back in April, where are all the black people? It's not that we were not engaging, and we will continue to engage. It might not always be in the streets, because guess who the first people to go will be? If the people who showed up at the Capitol on January the 6th looked like me, they would all be dead and permanently in prison. And so some of you have a better chance of surviving in the streets while standing in front of riot-geared law enforcement than the rest of us. But we have to build on-ramps that allows everybody, whether they are chalking the streets, providing the food, making the phone calls to do turnout, or doing the kind of studies that are necessary. And so there's a place for all of us.
So, I am religion adjacent today, being married to a rabbi. But I want to say something that Sharon often says, my wife often says, that comes from some scripture, which is that everybody, I mean, I just don't remember which psalm it comes from. You know, thank you. Exactly. It's not my lane today. That no one can do everything, but everyone can do something.
That's right.
And that the notion, that first threshold of wanting to do something is where I am going today. That's what I'm asking all of you today. That if we all just even say, I'm going to be part of not keeping what we had, but envisioning this. You hear me use the language better life, multiracial democracy. We have to strengthen things. We have to make them better. We have to imagine a better future and then take it. And so this is not about keeping what we have. It's about making it better. But we all have to want to participate because the collective is really important. And the collective helps us. And again, I am not a scholar. I am in any stretch of the imagination. But there's, from reading so much of the research on authoritarianism, there are two things that authoritarians feed on. One is fear and one is apathy. And we can all make that decision here, in whatever thing we do, that's good. And we have to, that's the one ask I have of all of you today. Think about there's something you can do here. And then the on-ramps that people have talked about, that's part of AAUP and AFT's job to create a menu of on-ramps. And if you don't like that menu of on-ramps, we got to create others. But it is our responsibility to come up with ideas that we can actually move on. That's our responsibility. And the third piece is that I want to say before I say thank you, is that look at what Brad Lander did in New York in that arrest. There are many people every day escorting our immigrant friends to these courtroom situations. Many faith leaders are doing it. What happened the day that Brad Lander, the controller, got arrested is an ICE person said, "Oh, is it time to arrest the controller?" But what happened was, and this went to what Maria just said about the organization, that there were enough cameras. There were enough, this happened to David Huerta as well. There were enough cameras. There were enough people who had cameras. This happened when, this happened in Minnesota too. There was a camera that a young adult had that showed that he was being killed by a police officer. So the organization that we're talking about, to make sure we can tell the truth, we can have that information, that's part of what we're talking about in building this collective. We deeply appreciate Erica and Maria and our resident faith leader today, who is also just such an inspiring community organizer. It takes a village to do this work, but please, the work you do on campuses every single day is absolutely essential to this work. Take a piece of it. Think about what you can do. Think about what your colleagues can do. And then with that tapestry, we will fight for and win the promise of America. Thank you.
Thank you. So awesome. Here, I want you to put one. Yes. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank this phenomenal panel. I want to thank all of you for being a phenomenal audience. I want to thank our next workshop leaders who also either really quietly left so they could set up their workshops. Thank you so much for the extra grace of the time. Our workshops will go to 3:10 p.m. so that they can have more time for what they were going to present to you. So the comradeship break will begin at 3:10 this afternoon. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your conference. I look forward to being in the streets with all of you.
Perfect. Christina made a very important point, and my bad. about this, which is that we do have to routinize and create ritual around some of these big protests. And so what we are trying to do with the AFL is that we are taking on Labor Day. So what the various different unions are doing is taking different places. So for example, the AFT is taking Chicago. And Chicago's going to be our big day. But there's lots of other places and lots of other where we're trying to, over the course of that weekend, make that kind of economic mobilization. So there are others that are going to happen, like July 17th just did. But ultimately, I just want to make sure, I think we will soon, it's not done yet, be announcing penultimate 1 million, actually let me say it this way. We want to make sure that the march, that in August, September 2026, I know that's a long time ago, a long time from now, but we want to make sure that we, in a multi-racial way, take the anniversary of the March on Washington and Labor Day in 2026 and put them together, and not just get 3.5% of the people out in the country, but do what Bayer did in the organization running up to it to actually make that a huge demonstration throughout the country. Now, we have to do lots of other things as well, but my hope is in the next few weeks, a diverse coalition of people, including the labor movement and the civil rights movement, will announce plans for August/September 2026, so that we bring both of these traditions together as a way of saying we are taking back our country to make it something new. So this Labor Day, and then ultimately we've got to do this in a spiritual and a ritual way, but ultimately we are going to do, and we are promising to have at least 1 million people in Washington as well as around the country. Now, 1 million in Washington and many more around the country. Because if we do that, and then do all the other things that Maria and Dr. Gould and Erica were talking about, think about what it says about about where the people are in America right now, several months before what is going to be a very important election to take power back. Thank you.
I'll get out of this in a second, so let's just...
that I open that up.
We're ready to go. Should be ready to go now. Yeah, they should start that now. It's going to take some time to get everything back. Go everything else outside, come back in. Making sure. I know you're busy. All right, folks, let's get started. All right. Clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right. So if you're staying in this room, you're here for our next session on strategic communications and organizing. So, all right, so get settled, find your seats, and we will get started. So, everyone good? You're here for strategic communications and organizing. This is the plenary, yes. Apologies, the second screen is not working, so we only have one. So if you want to be able to follow along on the slides, you'll have to be at this half of the room. But rest assured, the slides will be available to you afterwards if you would like to download them. All right, so welcome everyone. My name is Jan Van Tal. I'm a national representative in the AFT's Organization and Field Services Department. I'll introduce myself a bit more in a moment, but first I want to welcome our other folks here on the team. So I'll ask them to come up and introduce themselves here.
Thank you, Brother Jan. I'm Matt O'Connor. I'm the Communications Director at AFT Connecticut. It is the state federation of AFT local unions and AUP chapters in the not-so-sunny Nutmeg State. We have about 35,000 members and 95 or so local unions and chapters. We have about 9,000 members in higher education in 16 AFT local unions and AAUP chapters. I've done communications in the labor movement for the past 20 years. Prior to that, in my previous life, fundraising and development for unions. So I have spent a bit of time with sisters, brothers, siblings, like all of us here in rooms like this for quite a while, and I'm happy for the opportunity to share. And I'm going to ask Hope to introduce herself.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, my name is Hope Asya. I am an organizer with AFT Academics based out of Chicago. I have actually been with AFT for about 10 years now. I got my start as just a field organizer doing new organizing and non-collective bargaining organizing. But when I was hired, I was and still am paying for an overpriced art degree. And I noticed as I was doing my organizing that there were a lot of opportunities to kind of supplement that work with communications, right? So I started volunteering to do a flyer here, draft a social media post there, make a website. And it very quickly became clear that there was an enormous need for this work, right? So this is now the majority of what I do. I also still organize in the field, but you know, this is why it's so important to be sharing these skills, right, and spreading them among our chapters and locals. So I'm really excited to be here.
All right, and like I said, my name is Jan Van Tal, and I've been a professional organizer for about 15 years now. Mostly have done a lot of new organizing, most of that in higher education. And you know, what I've come to learn over that time is that you can't have organizing without communications, at least at some point. There's some organizing you do that you keep it quiet for reasons, but at a certain point, you know, these things do have to work hand in hand if you're going to be effective. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. But I want to start out with a couple of questions here. So, you know, how many of you have been part of like a really cool action on your campus that was just really amazing? You know, in the moment, you were all there together. It was energizing. It was great. But then nobody heard about it. So let me see your hand. Show of hands. Okay, so a few of you have had that experience. And what about the opposite? Like, are any of you familiar with like AstroTurf organizations, right? Where you see these glossy communications, but you look a little bit deeper at it and it's all stock photography and sort of canned stuff. How many of you see that regularly? Yeah, Turning Point, right? The right wing does this all the time. So, those are two examples of what we want to try to avoid, right? Because if you have a great action and the only people who know about it are the ones who are there, you're leaving power on the table, right? You put in all this work to pull off this action, and you miss that chance to take the next step and communicate about it. And vice versa, right? Communications that are not based on anything in reality are going to fall flat. They're going to seem inauthentic to people. And I think a lot of people can see through that. So I want to show a quick video here. Oh, great. All right, so what made this video effective? Shout it out, a couple people. It was dramatic. What else? You could see the target, right? He's right there, the camera's on his face. Simple word. People power. Yeah, right? So imagine, though, if this action had happened and it was, they probably had 30, 40 people in that hallway. Imagine that had happened and no one had thought to get their camera out and record this. Well, we wouldn't be here talking about it right now, right? So I want to just share that as an example of kind of what we're talking about here. But first, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to walk us through a short case study here.
Thanks, Jan. So sisters, brothers, siblings, I want to share a story of a campaign where, to Brother Jan's point, communications and organizing were together. And it's a campaign we won, because couldn't we all use an example of a victory these days? Am I right? So we effectively prevented the privatization of Connecticut's only public research academic health center for the 5th time in 2024. So a quick bit of background about UConn Health. Ooh, mic check. UConn Health is a part of the University of Connecticut system that is staffed by some amazing union members in 2 of our affiliates. A traditional AFT local union that represents about 2,600 clinical care, research, and support staff, and an AAUP chapter that represents about 700 professors and providers, doctors and dentists. Incredible folks who do amazing work. When I say they save lives, I'm not exaggerating. They save lives. As I mentioned, privatization had been on the table previously. In fact, 3 years before, just before the start of the pandemic, the current governor of Connecticut put privatization back on the table for what was then the 3rd time, and it was only the pandemic that put it on pause. And I won't go too deep into the details. Is my brother Oscar in the house? Because if anybody wants the history of the finances of UConn and UConn Health, Oscar he's your brother you want to talk to. But let me just say that the institution had been deliberately defunded for years, and in particular during the Great Recession. Does that sound familiar? Right? So this is a story you've all seen before. And then you add to that a really unfair costing analysis that had been saddled on the institution, making the numbers look much worse than they really were. So let's just talk real quickly about the tactics and the strategic planning process, so that we have like a little bit of context about the next steps that we're going to get into in putting together a strategic campaign plan. So the first thing, of course, we had to do was identify the issue. What was at stake here? And because we'd been through this before, it was really easy to get to that point. So we agreed that what was at stake was the public good that's derived from the investments in cutting-edge research and educating the future caregiving workforce that the good folks at UConn Health provide. That was what was at risk. That's what was threatened. We had to determine our outcomes, right? So we had to get agreement on what did winning look like? What was victory at the end of this campaign? You might think that's easy, but everybody has their own vision of what winning looks like. So we agreed that it was pretty basic. We were going to block any scheme to outsource or hand over control of this public medical academic center to an outside private sector health conglomerate. And there were a bunch of them that were chomping at the bit to take over at least pieces of UConn Health if they could, to expand market share, right? We know that story. Then we had to establish our audience. Who were we going to be delivering the message that we would develop to? Who were the folks that we were going to present a demand to, right? The decision makers, and we bifurcated that. So we had a primary audience, we had a secondary audience. Primary, state lawmakers, legislators would ultimately vote on any scheme to outsource UConn Health. So they were top of the list. The state comptroller, who in Connecticut plays a particular role in public health care, but in this case was also tapped by the governor's office to be the intermediary and the peacemaker between the advocates who would oppose privatization and the governor's office, and then the governor himself, who was the instigator here. By the way, a Democratic governor who we'd endorsed in his prior election. More on that later, right? That's a whole nother conversation. And then the secondary audience was really the board that governed the University of Connecticut and both their board of trustees for the whole system and the health center's board of directors. We needed them on our side. Then, of course, we had to develop a message, right? So what was going to be that message? And we distilled it down to a public academic medical center for the public good. And then to make sure it fit on a bumper sticker, we made it even shorter. Public hospital, public good, right? Public hospital, public good. And really that was just boiling it all down. Patients, their families, students, postdocs, the faculty, certainly the small businesses, everyone who depends on UConn Health, they were all at risk of losing it all if outsourcing went forward. So then let's talk tactics, which is the other direction. And we had a number of traditional tactics that'll look familiar to you, right? You've all seen something like this. So this was an internal flyer, very content rich, generally speaking, cut 2/3 of this text before you put something like this out in your workplace. What we needed to do, at least initially, was engage the staff, the faculty and staff at the institution, who were understandably a little apprehensive to get too terribly worked up over privatization, considering we'd blocked 4 previous attempts. So this first piece took a stab at that. We launched a petition. The effort to, and so this was late 2023, going into the 2024 legislative session in Connecticut, which was expected to result in massive cuts to the entire University of Connecticut system, and UConn Health specifically. So we connected it to the campaign to fund Connecticut's future. Sound familiar? We borrowed that one from Illinois. And make it a part of a bigger piece, a bigger project. But then we launched letter writing campaign to reach out to individual legislators on the question of privatization, pretty traditional stuff. There were a number of opportunities to speak directly to legislators during that legislative session. We actually, pretty early on, won the support of the university's board of directors, and specifically the chair of the board. There was a new chair who was appointed very early in the process, became a champion of our message. And we worked together to organize a forum where we brought members, patients, advocates, and they talked for hours to lawmakers about what was at stake, and they delivered the Public Medical Academic Center for a Public Good message. There were also already hearings on other unrelated legislative proposals. That didn't stop us. Anytime the question of funding for public higher education and University of Connecticut in particular came up, we brought members up to testify and deliver that message and make our case. Look at that, the weather. 89 degrees out there. Aren't you glad you're inside? We organized a town hall at the facility, packed the room with members, with patients, with advocates, and we actually brought in that comptroller, the one running interference between us and the governor's office, and we literally put him in the hot seat. We had him sitting in a chair in front of hundreds of union members, and we brought up the faculty, we brought up patients, they told their stories, and I'll share that with you all now. This is a brief 2 minutes or so highlight of that event that we organized.
We should be talking about how to expand healthcare services and educational opportunities that we offer here at UConn Health, not defending them against cutbacks or selling them off to private healthcare conglomerate.
Please ensure that UConn doesn't focus on reducing services, as I saw at St. Francis Hospital. That hospital cut back on patient care, and it was devastating for the population that they served.
We must ensure UConn Health is publicly accountable and accessible to the community for generations to come. Privatization would put all of this at risk.
Multiple peer-reviewed studies have shown that the trends in privatization that has happened and the consolidations into monopolies of healthcare systems have often resulted in minimal financial improvements, but at the expense of the quality of care and the working conditions for doctors and clinical staff.
If we privatize, we will likely lose the ability to serve our community in this way, as profit will become
our main goal. UConn isn't just a hospital, it's a lifeline for many individuals and families in our community.
One sentence in particular that I heard today that I will carry with me into those meetings and to certainly the rest of session, and that is public hospital for the public good.
And if we don't find consensus, I will not be a part of that process going forward, because I believe in finding consensus and I believe in trying to find consensus.
I want to remind everyone, Comptroller Scanlon does not have a vote. The governor has a vote. Mike D'Amico has a vote. Derek Slapp has a vote. Your representative has a vote. That paperwork that we gave to you guys, there are QR codes there. QR code there. That'll get you to your legislators. Don't be afraid to reach out to them.
So in addition to that event, we also took the opportunity to deliver the message to the wider public, but really it was all about making sure that message got to state legislators, the comptroller, the governor, op-eds, letters to the editor, news coverage as the process of putting an RFP out for the consultants who analyzed the facility, and then announcing who was awarded that contract, and then the report coming out. These were all opportunities for member messengers to deliver that message. We declared victory when the consultant report came out after the legislature adjourned for the 2024 legislative session, which effectively made their report dead on arrival. It was put on a shelf where it has sat ever since, gathering dust, and has gone nowhere. We also changed the narrative. Like I said, we had the chair of the board of directors say what we just heard Sister Laura say from the forum. We shouldn't be talking about privatization. We shouldn't be talking about cutbacks. We shouldn't be talking about austerity. We should be talking about expanding what's working. This incredible, this amazing public institution that serves certainly folks who aren't served by, unfortunately, the current state of healthcare in the state, that teaches the next generation of caregivers who are going to be there as our doctors, as our dentists, when we need them in the future, right? He was delivering that message. We also secured critical funding from the legislature. So not only did they not even take up a vote on privatization, they appropriated $31 million more into UConn Health than we were expecting going into this campaign. Now that was still leaving a deficit, but they cut the deficit in half for this current fiscal year. And that was really important because this current fiscal year has been a bit of a challenge back in Connecticut, where we actually sit on record surpluses, but the governor and legislative leaders have been reluctant to actually invest those resources. You know, all those years of defunding apparently has warped their brains. And we strengthened our unions, and we put ourselves in a better position to be able to advocate during this legislative session that just ended 2025. And put ourselves in a better position for contract negotiations. All those folks that you saw in that video are at the table right now, and my sisters and brothers from UConn and from the Connecticut State University system who are here are all negotiating right now for fair contracts that will hopefully fund Connecticut's future, because we'll be able to recruit, retain, and continue to count on those amazing folks who do that incredible work each and every day that everyone in our state depends on. So happy to share this story of a win, and hopefully we saw a few pieces here that we can be considering as we talk about the specifics of putting together a campaign. So I'm going to turn it back over to Hope.
Thanks so much, Matt. Okay, so before I begin, I did want to start with just a question for you all. You know, a bunch of you raised your hands when Jan asked if you had ever been part of an action that kind of was excellent to be a part of, but then did not actually get spread around any further, right, than the participants themselves. So I'm curious, you know, what do you see as the challenges to having a more robust sort of communications infrastructure where you are currently? Like, what are the things that you think are kind of might be holding you back currently? And you can just shout some things out. Who's going to do it? Yeah. Time and capacity? skill set. Yeah, absolutely. And so those are all huge things, and I think that that's like a pretty universal experience. And I would say that one of the main things that helps all of these is making a plan, right? We wouldn't go into an organizing campaign without having a plan. We also shouldn't go into a communications campaign without having a plan, right? Any more than you would go into a course without a syllabus. So what I'm going to be talking about is really just the kind of communication side of what Matt was talking about here. And as Matt started off, we're also going to start off with your audience, right? This is the who in your campaign plan. Who are you communicating with? Of course, as Matt was talking about, one of those audiences is going to be the decision maker or the target of your organizing campaign, if you have one currently, right? It's also, of course, going to be your members, right? The internal education and, getting people involved that you're going to have to do as part of any campaign. And it's also going to be the public, right? I would encourage you, though, to, even though when you're sharing stuff with the public, it's going to be visible to anybody, you really do want to be intentional about who within the public you're aiming this messaging at, right? So whether that's people who are also impacted by whatever issue it is, like students, or other groups in your community who might have influence over the decision maker, right? So even if you're being mindful of whatever you're saying going to everybody, right, who it's visible to, you can still be intentional about targeting. So your audience is, so important because that's what's going to determine what you're communicating, right? So what you say and how you say it is going to depend on who you're trying to communicate with. And so I know that a lot of you were at the Skills to Win training on Tuesday, right? So you're part of the excellent semantics section. I would really encourage you to bring some of those skills into this as well, right? No matter who you're talking to, you're going to want to make sure that you're making very clear, strong asks, right? Using strong language, direct language, nothing too fuzzy, right? You don't want a third party, the union, even in your messaging to the broader public. You want it to be very clear that the union or your chapter is all of the members who are part of it. You're going to want to avoid jargon, and so that can be things like department acronyms, right? Really obvious things like that. But I would also be mindful of how well the public actually knows what faculty are, what a contract is, what it means to fight for a good contract or a strong contract, right? So there are times when you might want to really brainstorm, maybe take your messaging to a friend, a neighbor, somebody who is not really part of this world and say, what does this mean to you? Is this legible at all, right? Because there are times when it might make more sense to say educator or researcher instead of faculty, right? When it might make more sense to talk about serving your students or fighting for living wages than to simply say contract, right? And as part of your planning, right, it's helpful to make a messaging plan. So really coming up with some clear, catchy, concise 3-point messages for each of those primary audiences, your members, your targets, and the public. So for example, your top line issue, a strong fact or anecdote that can back that up, and your demand, right? Just again, as an example. And I will do a plug for one of the next workshops, which is Matt's going to be part of, where he'll be talking more about messaging. So the next thing you want to talk about is capacity, right? So I know how easy it is to get really excited and determined ahead of some big point in your campaign and say, we're going to be posting 3 times a day, every day, until this happens, and then that event is right around the corner and you've posted twice, right? And it turns out that it's exhausting. It's actually a lot of work to come up with new content, to actually get it out there, right? And so before you can set goals like that, you really need to have a clear understanding of where you're starting from and what you have to work with, right? So that's taking a moment to think about what platforms are you on, right? So one thing I would recommend, and I'll mention this again later, you don't need to be on every platform. That's really not necessary. I would do maybe an informal poll of some of your members, see what platforms they're on, just to give you a sense of where to start, right? But start with one, maybe two, right, if you want to do like Instagram and Blue Sky, but you really don't need to be everywhere. That's just going to suck up all your time and feel really exhausting. Look at how many followers or contacts you have on each one, right? It might be that you have way more followers on one platform. Maybe you just focus your efforts there rather than burning energy on one where you're really not getting any traction. You know, or maybe you set a goal of increasing your following. Look at how frequently you've been using those platforms and what the engagement on those looks like, right? So that you can, again, set goals. And then, of course, think about how many members are actually involved in producing your communications at this point, right? Because oftentimes the thing that you need to work on most is bringing more people in to do the work. And one thing I will say from my own experience is that it is really, really helpful to make an explicit call for people to help with communications. So oftentimes people like who are organizing will say, get involved. The people who might think of themselves as going out in the streets with picket signs are sometimes not the same people who think of themselves as the ones who will draft a letter to an editor or will be a spokesperson for the press or take photos or do design work, right? So it's really helpful to be explicit and say, we are looking for people to help us communicate our vision and our wins and the things that we're working on, right? So like any organizing campaign plan, right, we're also going to want to have goals, benchmarks, and milestones. Our goals, and I think a bunch of you have probably heard this in other workshops, should be SMART, which is to say specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, right? So we want to have goals that, for example, 250 members, new followers or new people on our email list by the end of the semester, right? That's specific, it's measurable, it's time-bound, it's achievable. Your benchmarks are going to be the objective measurement of your progress towards your goals, right? So you don't want to get to the end of the semester and realize, well, we've gotten 12 new people, 12 new followers, or 12 new people on our email list, right? You want to set a goal, set a benchmark, maybe at 100, right? And see, okay, how much progress are we making towards our goals? How long has it taken us to get to this point? Do we need to change our tactics, right, to actually reach our goals? This is a check-in point. And finally, your milestones are the importance events or achievements that are going to mark the point where you move on to the next stage of your campaign. So in many cases with communications, this is going to be more related to your organizing campaign plan, right? So it might be that there's a point on your organizing campaign plan where you're going to pivot messaging, right? You're moving on to an escalation. So this is, but this can also be something like maybe you reach a certain point where you're posting regularly, you have reached your 250 new followers, and you say, okay, we're in a good enough rhythm now that we can pivot to adding video content. We know we have the capacity and we have enough people watching to make it worthwhile to do that, right? Again, strategy. So this is the broad plan, right? Not the specific tactics, which we'll get into. An example of a strategy would be, we will use traditional and social media to engage and inform our members, develop identification with the union, and build community support for our campaigns, right? So that's not super specific, it's just giving a sense of like, what is the overall goal and plan, right? Tactics, however, are where this gets really fun, and this is how you're actually going to carry out that strategy. So, for example, asking your members for content, right, to get them involved in their union in fun and creative ways, resolve some of those capacity issues, right? You don't have to create everything. You can ask your members to create things, and that's good for them and good for you, right? It's good for your whole union or chapter. And it's also going to make your accounts feel more personal and member-driven rather than kind of generic, right? You can make a list of local groups and organizations to follow and engage with to build community support right ahead of a campaign or a contract effort. or prepare a group of members to act as spokespeople, right? Those are all specific tactics. This picture here is from the Lecturers Employee Organization, LEO, which has one of the best logos in the union, if I do say so myself. And this is a member spotlight. So this is an excellent example of a way to get a member to produce some content and also make the union avoid third partying, right? You're making your content feel more like it is driven by the members. So just a couple more examples of tactics. I'm going to do a few because you should really be creative. So this image on the left is of a person holding a whiteboard outside of a campus, right? And it has a message: science saves lives, stand up for science. This was from UAUNM, United Academics of the University of New Mexico. This is such an easy tactic, just a whiteboard, let people write their own messages, take a picture, right? And do a bunch of those during an event. This is a great way to kind of like maximize an event and the kind of content that you can get and then continue to use from there. The other more unsettling one is from the United Academics of KU. And this is an example of raising awareness about workplace issues. So in this case, there is a very large cockroach. The person's hand is much closer to it than mine would be. But this is actually, I don't know if you can kind of see, there are actually like 10 images of cockroaches on campus in this series. So it's really startling, right? It's very effective, and this is a great way to advocate for more resources for facilities. This is just a short, I feel like, example of, different ways that things can be done. A lot of you, maybe if you've been involved in bargaining, have a bargaining team. It's very easy to send an email that's like, here's short paragraphs about each of our bargaining committee members. And that's great, that's important, you should do that. But you can also have a lot more fun with that and get people more excited about the bargaining process, make it feel less dry. So Faculty Alliance of Miami did this really cool series of graphics. There are actually a bunch more of these, highlighting the superpowers of each of their bargaining team members and giving a short blurb about who they are. And I will say, again, shout out to FAM also for having some of the best communications game, if any FAM folks are here. And finally, you're going to want to have an escalation plan. Just like your campaign plan should have an escalation plan. Don't just plan up until your first action and hope for the best, right? Typically, you're not going to win what you've set out to win with your first action. It's going to take turning up the heat, and the same is true of your communication. So just a few of these examples. These are also from Faculty Alliance of Miami. They started with very sweet, reasonable, nobody could argue with how nice this messaging was, and by the end they were having to really turn up the heat. So there is a mobile billboard with a call to give the president a phone call with his phone number on it, a phone zap graphic. They did a projection on, I believe this is the president's house on campus, saying, President Crawford, stop stalling, fair contract now. Calls to pack the room at the Board of Trustees meeting, right? So all of these graphics accompanied the escalation of the campaign. And finally, where it all comes together is in your communications calendar. So again, just briefly, your important dates, that's going to be academic calendar dates, but also your organizing calendar dates, right? Pull these things together, and this is what's going to give you the ability to do the next two things, which are action and projection and project timelines. So your action timeline is going to be things like, how much time do you need to turn people out to an event, right? So you're going to need hustle texts, maybe emails, flyers, whatever, right? So give yourself time to actually put those into the world rather than arriving at this event and being like, somebody needs to make a flyer now. And project timelines. You need to be able to draft your content, get approvals, make edits, right? So give yourself time to do that in your calendar. This is just an example from UAKU of a calendar in action, right? You can see there like emails, posts, print content, all of this stuff kind of mapped out for an election campaign. Yeah, so very quickly, just a few tips. Work smarter, not harder. So really stay organized, keep all of your content in like something like a Google Drive. Use tools like Canva to keep your content consistent. That also makes it easier to produce more things more quickly. Reuse everything, right? So you saw the mobile billboard. We also had photos of the mobile billboard that we could post on social media, right? So 2 pieces of content from one action. And pace yourself. Avoid burning out. So it's better to have a kind of steady march of content rather than having a lot of things come out really fast and then going silent for weeks or something like that. All right, and I will pass it back to Jan for the last few minutes.
All right, thank you, Hope. So, yeah, a round of applause for Hope. All right, so while she was talking, you should have gotten handouts distributed to you. Now, originally we were going to have you talk about these for a few minutes at your tables. We don't have time for that today for reasons. So instead, treat this as a homework assignment. So at your tables, you should have copies of papers that has this on one side of it. So what this is an example of how you might take an existing organizing plan, right? So we have sort of the field, community, political, and the research and data elements provided for you on this grid. And the idea is that you would then think about each of these items and, identify what do we need to be communicating about these things. So for example, we have a survey on here, a survey to members. So you might take that piece and then start thinking about, well, what do our members need to hear about this? Oh, they probably need, an email before the survey starts. They need an email when the survey comes out. They need a follow-up email. We want to do some social media posts, probably something to make it seem less boring and not just a regular old survey. Right, so that's the kind of things I want to encourage you all to think about and how to apply to your own campaigns. Is really identifying what can go along with all of these other elements that we normally do. Yeah.
Just briefly, on the other side of that same handout that you got, there is a link to download a communication planner, right? So we've put together a Google Sheets-based planner that has many, I think I can actually just briefly show you, right? That will have goal setting, some comms plan, 30 days of content ideas, all sorts of things, to-do list, calendar, right? So make use of this. You just go to this link and then make a copy, right, of this, and it's yours to take back to your chapter, and we hope it's useful.
All right, we have time for if there are 1 or 2 questions, we do have a few minutes we can take. Are there any questions? Yes.
Great question. We struggle with that one in all of our campaigns, quite frankly. I think the answer is all of the above, right? But to Sister Hope's point about avoiding burnout, not necessarily all of the above all of the time at 11 on a scale of 1 to 10, right? I think it's really useful before, and this is part of the planning process, to determine where do our members get their information, right? And that looks completely different than it did when I began as a communications staffer in the labor movement decades ago. there are all kinds of new places where folks get their so-called information, and real information too. So I think we ask the members first, where are they? How are they consuming news and information, particularly about their union and about their workplace? And then we can construct a plan from there, rather than throw everything against the wall to see what sticks, because that's a great way to burn everybody out early in the process. Does that answer your question? Great. Sam had a question, and then we're going to come over to you as well. So, Sister Sam.
Thank you so much. Do you have any advice? I mean, I've done a tiny bit of this, but using communications or building a communication plan to connect with students. My only thing to offer is I DM them on Instagram. I DM their clubs on Instagram. That was like a breakthrough because they don't respond to their club emails. So.
I hope everybody heard that. Sam's found success in sending direct messages to student organizations on their social media platforms, like their official organizational profile on Insta or Blue Sky or Facebook, right? It's a really good suggestion. Do you all have additional advice?
Yeah, I mean, I was one of those students once upon a time, and I was, active in this sort of stuff. And I think the most powerful thing you can do, ideally, if there are student organizations that can be our allies, meet with them and give them permission to go a little bit wild, right? Like, they often will, they'll be deferential to you as the union or chapter, right? So they may not want to communicate and get out ahead of you, but if you can just sit down with them and let them know that, like, hey, you're also your own organization, and if you want to take this and run with it, do it. I think that can be huge.
We had a question over here.
So sort of building off of that, I am a fellow graduate of a very expensive art school, so I'm going to speak on the graphic design side. Looking at a lot of union communications, especially ones that are being put out before, they don't seem particularly contemporary. And so, but I'm kind of wondering where the line is in terms of who we're trying to reach, right? Just both the student audience and the faculty audience that often skews on the older side. How do we make communications that feel fresh and exciting but don't feel maybe too experimental or avant-garde? Yeah.
No, that's a really good question. I think, so I'll do a plug for my own next panel, which is immediately after this one too, where I'll be actually talking a little bit about graphic design for organizers. It's in the strategic communications, digital communications piece. I think, finding that balance is important, but most important probably is just kind of finding the voice of your organization, your chapter, right? So I know this can sound a little silly, but sitting down with your committee and doing some mood boarding, right? Like what is the vibe you want, right? And thinking about things that you like visually in the world, right? And trying to kind of come up with a tone perhaps in that way, and building some consistency there can really help to create something that feels uniquely yours and not too either nostalgic or just out there.
I have kind of a similar and opposite question, which is that I wonder if there are any references or guidance that you would provide on writing and formatting emails to membership, because our open rates are quite high, like 80, 90, I mean just really, really high. And then the asks that we take in the email, they don't take the action, right? So if we're asking them to do a survey or a petition or whatever, they're opening the emails, and one of our big media people tends to write very dense text, faculty type emails, and it's really challenging. So we try to provide boxes at the top and colors and things, but I just wonder if there's standard guidance or best practices on how to get people to do the things that are in the email, and help them not just read a huge long novel about all the other things.
We've been struggling with this one for a while, and I also want to caution against trusting some of those metrics. The open rates are not as good as they appear in the report backs on a lot of these platforms. which I think is borne out by the evidence of the lack of follow-through on the clicks and the actual participation. I think it really comes down to one-on-one conversations and emails being necessary. I'm not here to advocate that we stop using those platforms for communications or suggest that we go back to mailing postcards to every member either. They are important, but I find that they're most effective not when they're sent initially, but when there's a conversation that takes place and we can refer back to that email to say, hey, if you want more details, we've got it in the email we sent you last week, which we know you didn't read, which is why we're talking right now, right? And I know that's probably not the answer that you're looking for, but that sadly is what has been most effective. It's that face-to-face, person-to-person communication that, in real life just is so much more effective than anything online these days. But does that answer your question? I'm in the neighborhood, I'm in the ballpark? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been trying to get our UN website to replace my long novel-like emails. And we haven't started it yet.
A website.
A website. Well, specifically, we're trying to figure out a way that only members can access it. So it'd be like kind of a password protected.
Right.
Initially, it was going to be a newsletter, but it was now going to be something I send a link to, saying here's a couple of links.
I think anything that is not a lengthy email that requires that you scroll down 5 times to get all the content is a win, right? So that's a step in the right direction. Is a website the answer? I don't know. Really, I'm being honest with you here, brother. You really need to get the pulse of your membership to determine, is that where they're going to go to get their information? And the answer is probably going to be some variation of yes, because some of them will go there and some of them will get some of their information there, and some of them will need to, they will just simply need to know a website exists where they can go to learn more. And so a website is always valuable for that, to provide that reference and that background. But do you also need to continue to send the emails, but maybe, you abridge them a bit, right? Get with the sister over here and talk through the process of writing something a little bit more abbreviated. Do you also use social media? Do you tap those platforms to get that information out there? In particular, what we found is very effective within our higher education chapters, surprisingly, are closed Facebook groups. The kind of groups where you have to be admitted into the group to see the content. Now, they're not 100% secure in terms of the information that you post on there. Could still be shared more broadly, but there's a somewhat of a layer of security in who can access that content and information. And you can have a lot more one-to-one online conversations there than you certainly can't have that on a website, right? It's hard to have that through email. Texting. Hope mentioned Hustle, which is one of the platforms that we use at AFT Connecticut for connecting with and informing members and having more of an actual two-way conversation where I text you, you text me back, now we're back and forth and we're actually conversing. Maybe we're not in the same room, but we're having an actual conversation. So I think it's part of a combination. Does that answer your question? Good. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions. We're here, though, although both Hope and I was going to plug Hope's workshop on digital media. And as she mentioned, I'm doing a workshop on public relations with my sister Janet, who's probably already headed up there to get set up. I hope she has anyway. So both of those are opportunities to hear from the two of us. And then, Jan, you're not going anywhere, are you, brother? No. All right, he's here for the duration. We have an announcement to make, though, and I'm going to pass the mic over to Danielle and Ratua. So this is important before you leave the room. Glad to do it, Ratua.
Thank you, Matt, Jan, and Hope. So just very quickly, while you're still here, 2 things. First, Danielle.
Yeah. Hi, everybody who's still here. We just realized I'm Danielle Aware, Secretary Treasurer of the AAUP, Rutua Lumbento being Vice President. We just wanted to take a quick moment while we're in this room. We realize this is the last moment of this weekend where many of us will be here. There's the mobilization training tomorrow and another session, HBCU social tonight. But we wanted to thank the AAUP staff, for all of your work, and the AFT staff. This has been a joint operation. Many people have been working long days. And in particular, I just wanted to call out Latib Kofi, who's been doing amazing planning all the last several weeks. Over here, Monica Owens, who encountered many travel problems to get here, but got here. Jay Thompson, who helped really coordinate a lot of the HBCU work. And then also Mia McIver, who's our new executive director, started January and right away had to plan this. And Julie Schmidt, who did the planning on the AFT side. So thank you so much to all our staff.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so just one last thing. We are Juliana here from the Johns Hopkins Advocacy Chapter, and she wants to just ask you about something very quickly. She wants to harness the power of alumni connections.
So there is a QR code up here that all of you folks have easy access to, but if you can take a moment to grab the QR code, there is a alumni action interest form asking you to fill it out, and then I will follow up with you in regards to that. If you haven't heard me say it before, alums can be a frontline defense when faculty or students are too vulnerable. There are multiple examples around the country of different ways that faculty are already organizing, and as a bonus, if you sign up for this, I will let you know the best examples of the websites that alums have put out there that are really showing the timelines of how our administrations are taking away our rights, as well as other actions that alums have taken. So please grab the QR code or grab me, and I will make sure that you get the link you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. And we'll see you hopefully later tonight, well, later this afternoon at the HBCU social. And many of you, hopefully tomorrow at the mobilization training. See ya. Have a nice rest of the day.